All right, welcome. Join us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it for Group Diet, session 27.
Whoop whoop.
Go.
Super pumped, super excited. Just telling them this is as bright as you're going to get me. My lights are broken. That's just how it is sometimes. So what we do in the last session, we spent some time kind of fixating ourselves into combat and battling, and then looting, and then talking in the Temple of the Sun Tree, the cathedral that had a number of notable NPCs within there, one of which was Randall Gurn and Lord Downflor, Watch Commander, Valria. So from all of that conversation and kind of culminated into was the staff. It all was about the staff, right? And how they wanted to take that staff and they want to destroy it. So Kane and you were reluctant to do that. And you have a plan in your mind, potentially, which is what Lord Downflor has accepted, right? That we would have a meeting to kind of bring down the Black Hand. And that they'll reach to you with an envoy in the morning. And that'll be sent to the Zelflagon, which you'll be staying at, and then you'll be brought, most likely, to the throne room for court. The other highlight, well, I guess two smaller highlights, relationship with the Watch Commander. They did not heed the direct persuasion, the advice that was given by Jax. So Jax, you kept telling him, it's like, there's something, more about valiant virtue, blah, blah, blah. Like there's something more amiss, and the Watch Commander, right, was like, our relationship is horrible. You're basically telling me things that I might not be hearing. But with Watch Commander Luku is someone that is very, brash. They're, kind of come right at you without a lot of thought sometimes. And so perhaps they were listening to you, but they don't want to deal with you, even though you told them this information. So, you also kind of, maybe withheld some things based on your travels and your adventures and stuff in the dungeon that was underneath Marquinhos Rest. So where we're currently at is kind of finishing up with the cathedral and then heading back to the Zelflagon or to other places, depending on that's, if you want to get a long rest in or if you want to go to the meeting with Margaret, right? Because that is entirely up to you. It sounds like we're heading over to Margaret to go to the Guild Lord Myth and speak with them. And going back through the further into the notes, in terms of that, essentially was Margaret was saying, come back later with your friends. I'm going to do something here. And then we're kind of bring them here. And I'll use some magic to kind of secure the room, so to speak. Right. That was their inference. So further ado, we'll say we're kind of in the courtyard of the city. And you're in the district, in the same district here, just on the north side of the district, is the Guild of Lord Myth. So it is really just across the courtyard to the north that you'll go into that guild house, and that is where Margaret is. But you might find yourselves wanting to get a rest in before you end up doing this, depending on if you believe Donlin or not, that this is something that is civil.
I mean, to be fair, me and Donlin got a full rest already because, the tree likes us.
Yeah.
What happens when you're nice to people, guys?
How do you guys want to do this?
Everybody.
Let's say we've got that loot to deal with.
It's right there. We just walked across the street. One foot in front of the other.
She needed us all there, Donlin.
She requested all of us. The info is about all of us. It is for all of us. But if you don't want to be there, I understand.
As we walked out of the temple, was Kristoff still hanging out where we left him in the corner?
Yep.
I would, Kanan would sort of quietly wander off to go speak to him.
Okay.
I feel like I'm metagaming because I was gonna my plan. That's why I asked Deuce's question. My plan was to, as I was disguised already with my mask and many faces, was to keep an eye on Kristoff.
Oh, so you want to keep an eye?
That was why. Remember, I left the temple.
Yeah.
I don't know. Temple, is that the right word for it? Church.
I call I call it a temple, but it means because
Okay.
a cathedral. This is my little like me being precise, I suppose, but technically it's a cathedral. But a cathedral is more of like a modern medieval thing, Renaissance. This is we're not really in that era, so to speak. But yeah, so you can
Yeah,
call it
because
a cathedral. Call it a temple.
I had walked outside, used massive many faces to look like
Mhm.
one of the king's guards, and I was keeping an eye on Kristoff.
Yeah. And so I was just kind of putting the information out there because Kristoff is still there. They haven't changed.
Yeah.
So that's what I was kind of wondering. It was like, okay, so Kanan, you're trying to kind of move away from the party, but also one of your party members is just kind of staying there watching disguised. And so the rest of you also don't know where Jax is technically. So
Yeah,
that's
so I
why
just-
that was,
Technically, if I can see him, I know exactly where Jax is.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I just want Kanan to realize that I was doing that though before he makes his
want-
move, so to speak. So
You want
No,
Kanan
no.
to know.
Out of
Hey,
character.
I want Adam out of character to know that I'm
Okay.
out there watching Kristoff before he says he wants to go up to him and pull him
Okay,
aside
that's
or
fine.
whatever the case is. So just
Yeah.
just wanted you to know that I was there watching him.
Because that way he can see you in metagame, and so he doesn't metagame, and he knows.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming you're not like standing close to him, right? You're just in
No,
the
no,
shadow.
no, no. I'm total like, scout spy, keeping my distance, just keeping an eye on him. And obviously with your true sight, you see exactly who I am and where I am. So
Yeah, well, it depends
depending on how far
away
that
you are.
goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's not being super secretive about it. He's just not announcing it. Like he's just gonna walk over,
Okay.
talk to him.
Kristoff is consuming an apple still. Different apple this time. Sitting on the steps of the
Apple's the guy I
temple on the
got.
southwest side. Just taking a bite out of it. Sees you walk up. Stares and looks at you. Shakes the head.
That was a rather interesting exchange. I apologize you had to wait outside. I'm sure it's to be expected given everything that's happened.
Yes, it is expected. I'm sure that there will be an envoy from the Lord Thal and Falor to the Valiant Virtue to each of our homes.
Yes. I have secured an audience with him later. I'll see what I can and cannot smooth over. Perhaps I can secure some safe exit for some of us. You had mentioned before that there was somebody you wanted me to meet. I thought perhaps we should arrange that before things get too crazy in town here.
We might be able to do that. Just depends on where your faith lies.
Well, I think by now it was fairly obvious.
It is. I can see that you are a true believer. True brother. The staff chose you, it seems. There is strong history with the staff of Ashtar, where it comes from, how it was made, how it is intertwined, the likes of paladins and clerics, all devoted to Pelor themselves. Strange enough. But if you are to meet this person, this could take you on a path away from those that you call your own, towards the rest of your party.
Somewhere very far away then.
In a way, yes.
It could be problematic in the short term, but I keep finding that our paths go strange and interesting places, so I wouldn't put anything past any of us at this point.
Well, smoothing things over. Lord Down Falor is very powerful. Not that you would be found out. Do be wary. It's common practice to use Zone of Truths. Question. Interrogate. Whatever you're going to smooth over, words you choose are important. I'm sure you can manage that.
It's the funny thing about those zones. They prevent one from lying, but they do not prevent one from answering a different question.
It's true. There's ways to circumvent it, which many that have found themselves under the valiant virtue and are still followers of truth. They are able to circumvent such things as well. Civil war at the present moment. Which is why if you are called to arms to meet the one that I speak of, you may be put away from whatever quest or path you currently are on. And if that is what you are intending, you may not see your friends or that path for a long time.
Yeah. Well, perhaps, is there a way we could make that arrangement for later? If I find myself of a mind or position to be able to be taken away in such a fashion.
My position and place is here. I am called here. And I have my own purpose. As you might have seen, there are many pieces that are moving, and I am just one of them.
Of course.
We are to speak in private. I can tell you more on my rank and who I am. But I feel that will come after the meeting with one I speak of. The one that is a true believer like you and I. I commonly frequent Moundside Pub and the Drift. Obvious reason.
Sure.
Perhaps you will find me there.
Just might do that. At the very least, I'd like to know more about who I'm working with, so to speak.
It would be a pleasure.
Until then, good luck.
Farewell.
Go rejoin the party.
So as I was saying, it's across the street. It's this way.
I'm down to go now. Screw it.
I feel like Lance has probably just been shaking his head this whole time, while Donald's just like, "Where the fuck is everyone at?"
Well, is
This way.
the date? Is that what
Yeah.
what's happening?
Traveling with you all, that shaking my head might just become an endless nervous tick.
What do you mean?
We
I'm just
behaved pretty
trying-
well the last couple times.
I have done nothing wrong lately. Okay.
I have many arguments with that statement, but
I even organized us a nice, friendly conversation with somebody that knows more about what the fuck we're supposed to be doing than we do.
Yeah, she might know about my friends. Let's go.
Maybe she has a way for me to get to the fire giants quicker.
I think that may be a lot of hopeful thinking, but happy to explore any opportunities, I suppose.
All right. Well, where the fuck is Jackson?
It was just
Oh,
here,
he-
wasn't he?
All
Oh,
of us
you.
here.
You guys were still at the tree what I left. So the only two that knew I was leaving, I told them I was going back to the tavern, were Lance and Kanan.
I think he got arrested again.
Again.
I mean, I did see him talking to the guy, the punchy guy.
How's he get arrested twice in a few days? He's a very bad thief.
He did mention something about meeting us at the tavern, so it's possible. It's already back down.
Let's go to the Zealous the place.
But do we go to the
Zealous
place?
tagging.
Yeah.
Go back to the
All right, well, off we go then.
to the flagon.
The flagon.
Do the flagon.
Yes,
All
I
right.
assume so, given you've been talking about it for the past 10 minutes.
Well, weren't we trying to go originally to the other place?
Yeah, the Guild of Lore Myth across the street.
Yeah.
But it depends on if you need Jax there or not for y'all.
She said, everyone, if he doesn't want to come, he doesn't have to come. You know, but-
Did you tell any of us where we were going?
yeah, the Guild of Lore Myth. It's the chick that I met at
I
the
mean,
other bar.
Before this moment.
Yeah, because I told you that it was the chick from the bar that told us to meet us at the Guild of Lore Myth.
Well, if he knows
Oh,
where to
for
go,
sure.
then presumably he could meet us if it chooses.
Yeah, so
Sounds
that's
like a
like
plan.
that's kind of the question here, trying to round it out. So, Jax, you did communicate that you basically are headed back to the tavern, which is Zell's Flagon. Zell's Flagon is just on the south side of the cathedral. It's very close. It's really not too far away from your current position right now. So you could just kind of go to Zell's Flagon, check to see if Jax is there, and then grab them and begin to head up to the Guild of Lore and Myth, if that's what you choose. I'm just putting in perspective is we ended where everyone was kind of separated, right? We still had people like leaving the temple, we had people outside of the temple kind of thing, and everyone kind of have their own, purposes. So I just kind of set the stage of where you would particularly be doing and what you'd be going. I know we got the meeting with Margaret, so I know we want to get to the Guild of Lore and Myth. So I guess the question really is, do we swing by the Zell's Flagon to pick up Jax because we don't realize that Jax is hiding out as a guard?
Yeah. I mean, we don't want to leave him behind, so I guess we'll
Okay.
try to look for him.
Okay. So, Jax, you see your party now head south, aimed to go to the direction of the Zell's Flagon. You wouldn't know that exactly yet. What are you doing as your party begins to leave?
I'm staying on Kristoff. I'm really sketched out about the way he didn't react to the deal in the graveyard when we came out and chose to ignore it. So
All right. It's choosing to
I think
follow.
there's something more.
Okay. Choosing to follow Kristoff. Okay. All right. So we'll get ourselves to the Zell's Flagon here. Anybody need a refresher on what the Zell's Flagon looks like for theater of mind, or y'all?
No, I think we.
No.
Holy bar.
Holy bar. Yeah, I love it. It's a holy bar.
Holy bar.
Getting holier. All right, you walk in Zell's Flagon. Like I said, the staircase is kind of in front of you from the entry as it runs up the landing and then up into the rooms. The bar is kind of off to the left, a little bit sunken area. It leads down to the cellar, which is lower in the kitchen area. And then the right is the dining room. You reserved the suite, right? And that was the place that you were staying prior to. And of course, we had the situation with Baxter and all of that, which none really kind of knew about. Only a couple, so blah, blah, Baxter's still here. Right? We had the whole thing happen. Well, lo and behold, Baxter's still at the temple. So after we saved Baxter, Baxter's just chilling with the rest of the other captives, which is not a bad thing, right? So we're in the Zell's Flagon now. You see the servers making their way around the numerous tables. We're in the hour where dinner is being served. And so it is a little bit, it is more busy than usual. The bar is full. People are drinking and enjoying themselves. And because there is still remnant, kind of a lingering of what has happened, that has caused a stir a little bit. So people might be drinking more, they might be eating more to take more time before they're making way through the various city streets, not drawing too much attention of trouble that would arise in the city. Of course, that's all kind of subdued in a way now. It's also kept as private as possible. But just seeing an uptick of guard outside of the temple, right? Just seeing like more soldiers lingering around, that's causing people to be stirred, right? Because when you walked up to the actual district, the doors were shut, right? So they have kind of that murmuring, the rumors. You can hear people speaking of that inside of the tavern. They're talking like, "What's going on? What's happening? Oh, I know what it is. It's that damn Oar of the Light." You know, that kind of thing as they're speaking. So, you all do some perception, just looking around. You don't particularly see Jax, not in the dining hall. You don't see them at the bar. They could be upstairs at the room, but you know they don't really have a whole reservation for the room for a little while anyway. So you still have the room, I think, tonight. That's what my notes say. No, don't have it for today.
So we don't got a room.
So you don't have the room reserved. Is what, counting the days.
I thought the king said he was going to give it, or the Lord guy was going to give it, pay for it for a while.
Let me check here real fast. Get my date. Okay. Yeah, you do have it reserved by the Lord till the 24th. So about a week. Does anybody go up and check the room?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, you're all just
Didn't
standing.
seem like he wanted to come anyway, so I walked in, looked for him, and now Donald's walking back out.
Is that?
That was about as far as Donald was going from Jackson.
Okay.
Because you're not there.
I didn't see him. I wasn't at the bar. Wasn't at the table.
I forgot. We paid up for our room. See, I might have lost track of where.
Yeah. So
I believe
the Lorthound floor has covered it. I had to go back to it because when you first sit, you only had it reserved for a certain amount of time, and then Lorthound
Right,
floor took it.
Yeah,
So it's
in
up to
character, he's questioning like where we
Yeah.
paid up to now.
yeah.
Did you check out the room that we were assigned?
No, why would I do that? If he was waiting for us, he would have been downstairs.
Could have been taking a nap.
I should.
Why would he do that?
Honestly,
So early.
I don't know. We're all beat to shit.
yeah, I'm rather tired. Honestly,
I mean, speak for yourselves.
Oh my God.
You guys should have friendlied up to the tree, like me and Donlin. You'd be good to go.
perhaps we should take a nap and wait for him
Say yeah.
in case he shows up.
Go up, go take a nap, get a drink. Then we'll head over to your mistress, shall we say.
He's just a friend, guys.
For now.
He's just a friend.
Just a friend. All right, so you're going to Margaret's. You're going to rest. What I'm hearing a lot of people talking about different things, right? So what is the? Because Jax isn't here, right? So Donlin, you're headed out the door. You're leaving.
Yeah, but if they want to take a nap, we can go take a nap.
Okay.
Fucking
Take it.
weaklings.
I walked through prismatic warp. Prismatic warp, baby.
Say, why not at least wait and see if Jack shows up for a little bit, and then we'll head out.
Because he left like 20 minutes ago. If he wanted to come, he would have been here.
Well, if they want to take a nap, that means I can resummon Poe.
Yeah, you guys aren't taking a
Oh,
nap.
help me God, you do not.
You guys just lost nap privileges. I'm sorry.
It's Poe. You'll learn to love him.
I'm indifferent at this point. Simply like a drink and a nap.
Okay, we can have a drink and wait.
So you're saying about an hour, right? Yeah.
If you summon Poe, I'm killing Poe.
Why kill Poe? He saved us last time.
He had a useful death. I don't know if that's quite the same thing.
It is to me, because it would have been one of us.
Oh, it probably would have been Donald, 100%.
Exactly. And after all the times I've saved you, you can give Poe another chance. If he tries to eat your soul again, then I'll.
Just don't put your fingers
I'll
in
do
his
it.
mouth.
Rangers, that's simple.
Yeah, but what if he eats one of your souls and becomes super powerful, and then I have to kill him?
I have no
Let's
intention
see.
of putting anything in his mouth.
It's easier to just kill him now. You know.
Fine, I won't feed him or put anything in his mouth. Can you give him a shot?
You got one more chance.
Okay. Cool. I'll take it.
I'm going to bed.
Okay.
And I'm resummoning Poe.
Donlin's gonna sit down at a
Okay.
table and eat and get fucking drunk
Okay.
off of his meat that he can't get drunk off of. But he's gonna drink a lot.
So Lance, you're resting as well.
Yeah, he'll just hang out at the bar, maybe order a drink or two and mull it over.
Okay. Stalin, you take a seat. You're probably with Lance as well. Let's say Lance is there too. Lance, you're chilling out with Domlin here, getting drunk, eating at the bar, maybe. Sure, why not? Master Talos Pharaoh approaches. Slight little lowering in the head.
What's up, Master T?
Is everything to your liking?
Oh yeah, y'all have some of the best food.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You wouldn't happen to know of any of the business that's occurring around here? Trouble, perhaps?
It's taken care of. Don't worry about it.
Oh, so you do know about
I know it's taken care of, and you don't have to worry about it.
secrecy.
My friends tell me I talk too much, so I'm just,
I'm the owner of this establishment. Perhaps I can pass something on to the servers to give to the clients, the customers, to calm them down a bit. Many of them have traveled quite far away to come here to see the Sun Tree, to see this beautiful city. And, well, having the gates closed of the district and the uptick of Frostguard running around causes quite a stir. Nothing at all, then.
What would Kanan say? You can tell them to believe in the light, Palor, and everything will be okay.
I'm a
We
good
will-
influence.
Lance is giving you a side eye down the bar, like, when was that half pint of fucking holy man?
We will be sure to pass on all scripture to our customers.
Also, you can tell them that Thrym's chosen one murdered the bad people.
Oh, so you are Thrim's chosen one?
I don't know.
But there was murdering of people.
Well, it wasn't murder, it was self-defense. It was more like killing.
Right. More like killing, not murdering.
Yes. It was just and righteous
It was righteous.
in the eyes of all the gods,
Let's see.
except for maybe their god.
So you did this accordance of the law, then?
Yeah, we were deputized by the Lord. Thought we said, didn't the Lord pay for the room and tell you guys all that?
We were only to reserve the suite, the currency of the Lord Town for Lore for all those that be staying in it. Of course, none of the business has been disclosed to us.
Oh. Well, that's what I got for you. Palor's good. Thrym is great. The food is delicious.
Thank you for your wisdom. Walks away.
So, Lance, you think Kanan would have been proud of me? Did I answer that right?
I think amused might be the better word, but I think you ought to leave the holy scripture speak to him.
Yeah, Therm doesn't do the whole Holy Scripture speak thing. He does the commandment type thing.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Given the whole frost wolves and having to redeem yourselves in the line of combat and blah blah blah. Yes.
It's a much simpler life.
It's a lot bloodier.
Guess it depends on how you look at it. But it is bloody in the fact that we are saving the world from dragons.
Amen to that.
Are the methods a little questionable? Probably.
Definitely.
Probably. But kill dragons. No? Well, the ones that actually still follow through, which is why we're going to kill the fire giants.
Sure, while I'm on the topic of killing dragons and whatnot, do you. Sorry, there's bad memories to bring up, but do you remember much of the fire giants fighting dragons the same way the frost giants do? They have a sworn enemy in the area?
No, that's the whole issue that I have with the fire giants is they
Well,
kind of
know,
like.
I was thinking that was like a more recent development, but if that's just their way, then pardon me.
I mean, it's. So, my life was pick up a pickaxe, mine some stuff. We got attacked by a scorpion. I killed the scorpion. The fire giants thought it was funny, so they put me in a coliseum. That's about all I know.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
There was a good one, though. He taught me about Thrym and Honor.
Well, I suppose that's something. Need 2 points to make a line, but 1 point alone is not a terrible thing to have.
I think the second point is faith, as Kanan would say.
Finish your conversation, I suppose, on that note.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to take it, I'll prompt though, just in case, because they do have a thing that's essentially stopping those from just taking a short rest, right? So I will go ahead and put all of your names in here, so it'll prompt you if you wish to take a short rest. I believe this will work. Okay, so you want to. I believe you can't do a long rest, short rest on your own anymore. It might change that setting, but I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it let me roll hit dice, but it didn't actually do the rest.
Yeah, so I'll get the prompt out so that way you guys, you all know that you can do a rest right in that opportunity. Because I don't want a situation where if like all of a sudden your short rest is like interrupted or something, we have people already clicking it. So I think it's probably best if I just prompt for it. That's why
Sorry, I saw the thing come up and assumed it's a done deal. So.
Oh no, yeah, you're good. Everything's good. Use the prompt.
Yeah, that's what he was saying is that he's now prompting instead of you being able to click it yourself,
Yeah.
so that way you know it's good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I would come to you, Jax. Huh? So, Jax, you've been following Christoph. Okay? Are you doing anything in particular as you follow them, or are you maintaining your presence as a frost guard and just kind of roaming? If you or just following, if you will. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I I think based on what we saw there and the way the town is right now, that was the most inconspicuous outfit that I or thing I could have changed into. So I'm gonna just stick with that and following Kristoff
Okay.
at a safe distance though. I don't want to. I'm not trying to follow him closely. Just want to see where he goes, what happens, type thing. I don't need to hear if he talks to anybody or any of that right now.
Sure. Kristoff is going back to the cemetery. Kristoff walks out of the district, hails the guard to open the doors, walks out and strides. As they're eating, they're now to the core of the apple. As they take a bite out of the core, you see them every so often spitting seeds down into the snow. Left, right, and they continue to walk. As they reach the cemetery, they head in the direction of the middle quadrant, which is known as Fenris Fountain by the signs. It's not so dissimilar away from Canaan. When you interacted with Kristoff, that was somewhere similar. As Kristoff gets there, also turn this down because that's a little bit too crazy. As they, yeah, it's not that intense, right? As they get there, you notice there's some shadows. There are valiant virtue knights cling to the mausoleums around this quadrant. The central part, there's a statue dedicated to Fenris, which is an orb-like cleric. They have a lantern they're holding up the statue as they kind of cling, and the lantern dangles from a frozen kind of pool of water underneath them. And you see them speaking to the valiant virtue through the mausoleums as you're ducking behind shrubbery and now going more into stealth rather than just I'm vaguely following. Since there's not a lot of cover, you're not in the city anymore, you're in the cemetery, the wind's kind of howling slightly, it's the snow really coming down, so there's concealment, you gotta get close enough to see. They're speaking to some of them, moving the hands and gesturing every so often. You're too far away to actually hear. Are you gonna come closer to try to listen, or are you just maintaining a visual?
Do all the knights seem like they were from the same area, or do they come from different areas and kind of converge there?
You did not see the Valiant Virtue Knights. You only see them when they're there. So they just were kind of hanging around the mausoleums. They just were coming now away from... Very similar to I'm leaning against the side of stone wall, and then I see my bro coming up, right? And then they kind of come off the wall. They're like holding their hands up, speaking. But they're too far away right now to like listen to.
I'm going to use Mask Many Faces to change into a knight.
Okay.
Into one of them. And approach what's going on. Is it going to work out very splendidly, or I'm going to need a new character?
Pulling you to scene? Well, the stream views well the scene. The rest of you are not going to be on scene. So you had an angle of observance. Now you've kind of made way to the common road, the actual path leading in, so you're not look like you're just coming out of the woodwork, so to speak. The central part of this map is where the statue is, so over here.
Is this, I think it looks like one big...
No, you want to go here.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. That one little corner was stopping me from seeing everything. It's great.
Well, there's angles to look in, so you had an angle kind of looking in, right? And so then you kind of came back to the path, and then you changed your shape, and then you're kind of coming here. Turning and looking towards you as they notice your presence, since you're not stealthy. Stop and they look towards all of you. They just stare at you. Kristoff rotates over, stares and grabs you by the shoulders on left and right. Smiles at you.
This has been quite the night.
Indeed, it has.
I'm glad I could make my way here. It was harder than expected.
Why was it harder than expected?
It seems there's a lot of scrutiny on our kind right now.
And what be our kind?
Well, the knights, the brothers.
Yes. Why don't you take a seat over here, brother?
Right next to him.
Sits down. You know what I am.
I think so.
You did. You would know I can see you.
I can see you too.
I'm glad you came. Perhaps the rest of you will be more willing. I'm not quite sure you're ready to hear it.
Does he look like he can see who I am?
Yes.
Is he telling the truth? Okay.
You can roll insight if you wish.
Let's see here. That's not bad.
Looking at Kristoff up and down, Kristoff is staring at you. But they're not staring at you, they're staring through you.
Similar to how Kanan did when he let me know.
In a way, but I would say that Kanan was more like trying to figure out what they were seeing in the way that they don't necessarily have like an understanding of the true sight. This, from Kristoff's eyes, would suggest that they've always, since they were born, to see like this.
In that case, I'll drop everything to go to my normal form. No disguises at all.
You see the knights grab the great swords. One begins to unsheath it. Kristoff holds the hand, but continues to stare at you. Great swords lower themselves down into the sheaths at the back, pull their gauntlets down at the sides, place them over their laps as they stand, looking left and right, or locking eyes with you.
I'll tell you, I'm just here trying to find some information out, and really what piqued my interest with you was coming out of the catacombs, the mausoleum. I knew you saw some people moving, and yet you didn't say anything to anybody. You just continued to help people.
Of course.
And based on what we saw down there, it was just very odd that you didn't mention anything about this. The corruption within the Knights.
It's odd that I wouldn't mention the corruption and the valiant virtue to you.
The fact that we just got done fighting them down there and there seemed to be a formation of, I don't know, let's just say a handful waiting outside that left when they
Hold
saw us
on.
come out.
Fight? You fought them. No. I fought them. And I saved you.
Not untrue at all. You did save my life. That's why I was curious why you didn't say anything.
Fight was over. The knights were defeated. The ones that posed you harm, posed threat to your life. Now you are free to go as you please and to live as you want. And yet you follow. Now you are here. I will tell you. The knights that you saw, you observed Macrinus rest, is the very knights that are here. They were on standby, waiting. The moment was to arise to charge in and protect you. Would you like an apple?
Is it the same one I've seen him eat and hand to Donlin and all that?
Reaches into the left armored area underneath the greaves and pulls out the same looking apple.
I'll go ahead and take it.
Wonderful.
Can I ask though what it is with you and apples? I've noticed you hand them out and eat them all the time.
Apples are delicious. I like sweets. But looks down at their figure. Can't be simply eating confectionaries each every meal.
So it seems that there's more going on here though than we truly know. Is that what you were alluding to at the beginning of the conversation?
Of course. There are many pieces to this puzzle. And they've been in motion, coordinating themselves for longer than you or I have existed. We are merely pawns in the grand scheme.
You care to explain that a little more to me? I'm not really sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
I can explain more to you. I will need you to take an oath.
And what would this oath be?
See them reach into the back end of their armor, unsheathing a hidden dagger holding by the two fingers as a skull-like symbol upon the hilt. Blade is polished, pristine, and ornate. One that does not come lightly.
Is it going to change me at all?
Don't know what you mean by change you.
I mean, am I gonna like have to die and then come back as an undead thing or something?
Oh. No. You will be bound to this oath. Perhaps in that way it'll change you and how you decide. Live your life.
And that oath would be to who? Or what?
The oath. You see arms, the dagger still in hand. To the world around you. And it will be answered by a greater power.
I assume we're not talking about Paylor here.
Does the sun god have to do with this? But everything.
Well, I just assumed the Knights of the Virtue, the Tree, Paylor. So the way you're talking, though, it sounds like this is not related to that at all. This is a different oath to somebody else.
You continue to pry and pull information. You are not a true believer. Takes the dagger and sheaths it at the back end. You take the apple. Keep it as a reminder who saved you when you take your first bite. Cherish it. Cherish its sweetness. We are done here.
Thanks for the conversation, Christoph. This was very enlightening. And I'll leave before you have a chance to say anything.
Okay.
And I will not eat the apple. I'll stick it in my back pocket, my left back pocket, just like he did. And I will make my way to the Zealous Flagon.
Okay.
Thought you was about to start taking paladin levels for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Start taking what?
Paladin levels.
I was wondering where that was going to go, and then OOC wise, I was also not really OOC wise. Jax was also wondering if this would affect his relationship with Balrugar. So, yeah.
Can you have
Dude,
a
I can't
triple
split.
class?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can.
You can have all of them.
Yeah, as many classes as you want.
Was it was it like the achievement in Baldur's Gate 3, right? The rainbow?
One of everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. Jax is not optimized at all. I cannot split him any further than he already is. The only reason I did the Warlock and Balrugar was because we got the stuff from the Keeper, and he said I'm now in service too. So
out of curiosity, OC wise, is Jack still a changeling or not?
Mhm.
Okay.
So what masking many faces lets me do though is it not only lets me change my appearance, but it lets me change clothes.
Oh, I was very confused.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought he was a changeling, but yet he's using that. Okay,
So-
that makes more sense. Yeah.
So in High Rock, I was gonna disguise myself as a Duke, but I couldn't get clothes to do it. That's why I kept on looking
Yeah.
for clothes.
Gotcha.
And it just so happened that when I took because of that, and I took the Warlock, then I was able to use Masking Many Faces, and that changes appearance, clothes, everything, so that I look just like I need to look.
So could you use that to transform into somebody and then just change your clothes so you don't have to worry about the physical aspects of someone finding you out that way by running into you?
True Sight can still see through Changeling. That's why Kanan knows who I am.
Yeah. Out of character, something that I think you as Pip would know, Rakan, is that most creatures that exist on the Celestial as well as the Infernal, those two different planes of existence, most creatures have True Sight, if not all of them. So they see that way, and there's some canon reasons for that. In this particular world, the reason why they see like that is because they know the true kind of soul and the spirit of the creation, right? So they're actually, instead of seeing your physical appearance, they see your soul as it represents. Because when you actually perish, right, your soul can be traversed into those planes of existence. So they see you as you are, not as what you are presenting.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now, Don, you said you're getting drunk.
Yeah, I'm just drinking my mead.
You're just drinking your mead. You're just throwing it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got the predate jitters.
All right. Yeah, I
Can't
can
even
tell.
get drunk off my mead, so I'm just enjoying.
Yeah, I was
like,
gonna say.
the
I was
taste.
wondering which one you were drinking because if you're drinking your mead,
Yeah.
you're not gonna be getting drunk. But it's
I'm
tasting.
gonna be getting drunk, but he's gonna be pissing like a racehorse.
Yeah, you're in and out.
Pretty
much.
What was that movie about the predate stuff?
stuff?
Was it the old one? There's something about Mary where he talks about doing the predate stuff.
Oh God, something more about Mary. Good God.
Bill,
Beans
Yeah.
and Franks and beans.
Franks and beans. Man, that's a long time since I see that movie. Jesus.
Call back.
Deuceps has no idea what I'm talking about right now. That's why he's not laughing. He's like, "What? Never heard of that movie."
Who? Who's Ben
Fucking
Stiller?
Old people.
That might be. That's true. I wonder if it is. Yeah, Deuce. I think you're too young for that movie.
When did that?
I also was never a Ben Stiller fan, so like,
Oh, gotcha.
1998 is when that came out.
Yeah.
Shit,
Yeah, I
I
would've
was
been
say, I'm pretty
7.
sure I'm younger than you.
yeah, but I was never a Ben Stiller fan.
You're just not a Ben Stiller fan. Okay, that's what it comes down to. You hate
Yeah.
Ben Stiller. You hate life. Just kidding.
Man has
I
not
mean,
been
I do
baptized
hate
by the
life,
greatness
so,
that
like,
is night at the
I don't
museum.
know if those are like
Damn,
conjoined, but
we
like,
opened a can of worms here. Sorry. All right. Dr.
Sorry,
Michael's
Kanan's
in the
comment
house.
about predate jitters got me.
What were you thinking, Dr. Phil? All right.
Oh God.
So we're here back at the tavern. The number of you have a short rest. Your bellies are full here at the bar. Getting tipsy if you're drinking a lot. Ale, wine, alcohol, it's all flowing. The food as well. Remember, it's covered in the room. Expense. So this is very good food. This is not, I wouldn't say like a super exquisite food, but this is like chefs and cooks in the kitchen preparing meals. They can do short order type stuff, and they do have various liqueurs, different ales and wines. And just simply because it's cost into, it's fixed into the room, you're really able to order to your heart's delight. And this is showcasing of why many people at pilgrimage, they make pilgrimage here. They don't stay, or they could get a room here. They might stay in like a kind of a Airbnb type scenario around here, and then they come here to eat, right? Because they enjoy the food and they enjoy the environment. The servers are always very friendly. Obviously, Master Pharaoh is very attentive to needs and spending time with the customers as you see him walking around. Now, Jax, you have finally arrived into the tavern. So we'll go ahead and transition over just to this scene for Theater of Mind. Now, there is a couple of you perhaps would be taking your rest upstairs in the suite. You're able to use the wet bar up there and fetch yourselves drinks, and also order room service if you want to have food up there as well, instead of coming down to the dining hall or the bar. But I'll just keep your tokens here on just the scene actors to represent that you're all here at the tavern. I would most likely say Lance and Donlin, you will be down at the bar. You see Jax as they walk into the hallway, the entry, and they're kind of looking from left to right as they come in, see you, and Jax begins to approach.
At this point, I've turned back into the Jax that they are used to seeing, though. I'm not in changeling form.
Okay.
So, just so that everybody knows. Same guy, same nondescript, non-noticeable person that you've been traveling with the whole time.
it sounds out like a sore thumb because he's nondescript and
Yeah.
Part of the fun of it. Come on.
There's jumping jacks. How you doing? Where have you been?
Who's here at the table? Is Donlin and Lance?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go. I'll configure the scene actors. Let's represent who's here. Just the three of you.
Oh, it's okay. I just want to make sure. I had something I'm gonna do with Kanan here whenever I see him next. So, I had to take care of some unfinished business from the mausoleum catacombs area. Just make sure that
Yeah.
just make sure that
You fucking went alone.
so look, there are certain things that are done better by yourself.
Fair enough.
Why would you do that in a graveyard?
That's not
Donlin, what exactly do you think I'm talking about? I'm not the one that has a date tonight. I'm good.
Well, that's specifically why, you know. Okay.
Now, Donald, so I'll go ahead and tell you because I already told Lance and David OSC wise, you were able, because I know you were on the out last week, but you did hear that I told you what all that stuff, right, about Kristoff. Okay. So I told Lance not to get any alarm up here in the party, but when we left, and as we were helping the people out, I noticed some Knights of the Valiant Virtue? Is that right? The knights that protect the Sun Tree usually. They usually travel in groups of 2. I noticed 6 of them kind of leaving the area that we were in. I also noticed that Kristoff saw the same thing and didn't say a word to us. Nor did it look like he wanted any of us to notice that he saw them as well. So I thought that was a little suspicious, and to be quite honest with you, Kristoff's timing was impeccable getting down there when he did. So I just followed Kristoff and had a little conversation with him. Let's just say
Okay.
that I think we need to be on guard around Kristoff. I know he's not who he is pretending to be.
So the man saves our
And-
life, and you follow him.
Well,
Donlin, I did it for the betterment of the party. I would rather have that than have one of us stabbed in the back. And to be quite honest, after everything I saw outside, I don't trust him. Nor do I think we should trust any of the knights. They were, however, the ones that were corrupt down there. We know they've been infiltrated. The question is, by whom? We also know that it took some very powerful magic and inside information to get into the High Priestess's room. We know he trusts Kristoff. Kristoff knows his way around. I'm telling you, the corruption is not gone. And if I had to guess, and this is just a guess, I have no evidence of this, Kristoff has something to do with it. And he did tell me that pieces have been moving since before we were born. All the events right now that are going on in the world, and this area, maybe more specifically, started a very, very long time ago.
Ain't he friends with Kanan? I should go ask Kanan. Kanan's upstairs. He's probably sleeping. You can go wake him up. Actually, I'll go wake him up.
Hold on a second. I think maybe we just keep this between the 3 of us right now. Are you able to do that, Donlin? I'm not asking you to lie. I'm just asking you not to bring it up.
Okay, I won't bring it up. But I'm still gonna go wake up Kanan because we're going to go see Margaret. God damn it. You guys wanted to sleep, go off the fucking graveyard and shit. I'm just trying to find out some more information.
Fair enough.
Okay, Donlin's gonna go upstairs and be as loud as fucking possible when he opens that sweet door and wake everybody up.
In the town, by the way, not just in the...
Yeah, probably everyone in
town.
the entire district is now awake.
Well,
Sucks
I
for the
know
people that are
it's
working
early.
night shift.
I like to be imagined as soon as he opens the door, Poe's just standing right,
That might be the sure way to get him killed, by the way.
just floating. Just,
No. Donald's gonna yell at Poe, trying to kill Poe with his voice, so that way it looks like an accident.
You knock on the main door, or you're knocking on the individual room doors in the suite?
Oh no, I like opened the main room to the suite, and then I just stood there and I yelled.
You
as
just
loud
yell
as you-
as loud as you possibly can. All right, so Kane,
Yeah.
you're in your room. Pip, you're in your room. Pip, you've gone through the ritual. You've resummoned Poe, who's there, just wide-eyed. And as soon as they're resummoned, they look towards you. And they smile. I died.
Yeah, how was that?
It was good.
Let's not tell that to Donlin.
They just
Oh,
float
by the
away.
way, hey, by the way, speaking of Donlin, um, don't eat anything or try to eat anything near him. He's a little weird.
We're all a little weird inside.
Ain't that the truth, my little friend?
They just continue to float away, looking about the room, amazed that they're existing still. You hear the loud voice of Domlin ring out down the hallway of the suite. You as well, Kanan.
They were just gonna get up and go out and see what all the fuss is about.
It's not entirely necessary. I just laid down.
Yeah, you had time for a nap, right? Time to wake up. Get the fuck up.
Oh, what time is it? Did you find Jax yet?
Yeah, Jax is here.
Suppose it was fortuitous then.
Yeah, we waited for him to show up before I come and wake you up. That's what I'm going with.
Sure.
All right, cool. Off to see the lady you have a date with,
Yeah, let's go find out what the fuck Damodar's up to.
and about my friends. Don't forget that. Let me see if they're alive. Maybe she knows. Hey, Poe, do you know if my friends are alive? Have I asked you? Can't remember.
Our friends live on in memories.
It's incredibly
enough.
deep.
That's a no.
Well, shall we then?
Let's. Oh, also, I told Master T to tell the tavern people about the Light of Palor and all that jazz. You would have been so happy.
I'm glad I have had such a profound effect on your faith and distribution of said light.
Yeah, Palor is good. Thrim is great. The food is amazing.
You hear a slight knock on the entry door that's open. Donnelly, you turn around. You see a servant currently there with a basket full of linens, fresh linens. Oh, the light of Palor bless you.
And
Are you
may
in need
Thrim
of
guide
room
you in battle.
service for the evening, or should I carry on?
We were just on our way out.
Can I
do
change
whatever
the
you need to
sheets?
do.
Absolutely.
Oh, all right. They push their way in.
Was there any food
And-
around, like fruit or anything?
Yeah, there's fruit bowls and things. Yeah, the main table as well. I said there's a wet bar here, so get yourself a drink as well. And you could have ordered room service, right? You could have had your food brought up to the room rather than down at the bar. So,
No, Pip is just gonna go get some of the fruit and just kind of put it in the bag of holding.
you have fruit in the bag of holding. Okay. As you do that, you see the servant who's exchanging linens, right? And you're just kind of shoving the fruit in. The servant like just darts the head out, just stares at you. They're gonna need fruit too. And they put that back in the room, making a note to themselves that they'll have to replace some of the fruit you're taking.
He saw Kristoff doing it, and he thinks it's pretty cool to just pull out fruit whenever.
Pull
so
out
he
fruit
must
whatever
do
you
it.
want. That's a cool look.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
if you're an
take it.
evil bad guy.
So Kristoff has a pocket of holding now.
A pocket of holding.
I mean, it could just be a ring of holding. He just tries to make it look less, conspicuous by popping the apple out of his pocket.
You think that's air you're breathing?
It's the fucking Matrix. This is not an app. No. All right. So you go downstairs, you fetch Jax and Lance, and then you begin to head in the direction of Guild of Lord Myth, heading towards Margaret. So as we come in here, go ahead and activate this one. Just get us onto a different scene in terms of looking and appearance. Get our token work up here. Poe on, because Poe's here. Poe's floating around. The Guild of Lord Myth, in terms of size, there's a number of people that are currently in here. You're definitely late, and so as you come into the actually entry chamber of the guild, upon the tables outside, there's individuals playing chess. It's a cover area. The balcony oversits right from the second floor of the guild, and it's like a sunken area, and there's many different planters and things, creating almost like a kind of a, I would say, a walkway in Paris, kind of way in terms of like a restaurant seating, right? It's kind of sunken down. It's planters up from the street, and the balcony overhangs over. They're playing chess, right? They're smoking pipes. They're drinking. Some of them are drunk, right? They're making mistakes, and then they might use some magic accidentally to move some of the pieces. And the other one's like, "You're cheating! You can't do that!" And then you pass into the double wooden door, into the entry chamber, and it's more of the same. It's just more people. Now the tables are slightly larger. They're circular, right? You have many different shelvings with bookcases, right? And sort of different articles. People are pulling some books out and they're reading them, and they're kind of going through different rules. They're doing like rule lawyering sometimes, being like, "That's not how you cast that spell." They're like looking through the different pieces of work. And it's like the after hours of the Guild of Lord Myth. And they're just kind of talking about magic, smoking a good pipe, playing some chess, getting drunk, and you begin to use the staircase headed up to the second floor where Margaret's room is, and that is up the staircase, down the ways to the right, and that is like opposite of entry, up, and then to the left kind of way as you come in, right? So I described it prior. I won't do too much because to keep the ball rolling here. You give a knock to the door, right? So you give a little knock, and you hear the voice of Margaret on the opposite side. "Come in, please, quickly."
I'm gonna open the door and hurry everyone inside.
Are we in a hurry?
She
Apparently
said,
we are.
"Hurry up!" So I
She
think
said something about Damodar being able to watch us, but not watch us. I don't understand it.
I thought Damodar couldn't watch us because we're like immune to like some divination magic stuff.
Well, could just hire spies, I suppose.
She'll answer all the questions. I don't understand this stuff.
So you come into the chamber, right? So you go in with haste. Is that what you're saying, Don? The rest of you are kind of maybe skeptical.
Yeah, I'm like pushing everyone in because she said to come in quickly.
Okay. So upon coming in, you see, right, they have the privacy kind of screen walling that's there from the left and right upon entry. They have some coat hangers. In front of you is that circular kind of table that they do their augury, they do their sorts of predictions on. They have on the left side, they have a place for potion making, right, sorts of enchantments, that sort of thing. On the back right, they have their bed, which is upraised, right? So there's elevation here that some of these areas are kind of positioned off, and they have their own sort of little dining table on the back left that has their own kitchenette. So you're able to really stay in here, and then there's doors that lead out to the balcony on the back side of the building. It's currently where you're at. So as you come, you see that the reagents, there's a number of them here on the table. They also have a crystal ball that's currently in position. They're kind of moving, but they're at the chair, and as soon as you walk in, Donla, they actually come up and they come directly towards you, and they grab something, which is a piece of bone that has a mark upon it, and it glows with this green, bluish aura, and they point the bone towards you, and they offer it to you. "Here, take this."
Oh, okay. What is this?
"It is extra protection for you, to shroud you, but also protect you. It'll help, trust me."
Oh, I appreciate that.
Do we all get one of those?
"Yes, I have one for each of you. I had one of the guild members run and observe, see a number of how many of you were. Was, of course, your companion, Donlan, was not entirely sure on certain pieces of information. I wanted to get it right for when you were all to get here. Here, please, take this." And he'd begin to hand you each bone.
Does Poe get one?
No,
Poe does. Not entirely sure what that is, but don't
Neither are
bel-
we.
no.
I don't believe that they do. They're not chosen, are they?
Well, hold on a second though.
I don't know.
This is extra protection. You said if somebody knows us, are they able to spy on Poe to get to us instead of trying to spy on us?
Question really is does anyone know of this creature?
Not even
What
entirely
creature?
sure we
Poe?
do.
Poe?
Yes.
Yeah, he's like
Poe.
some.
Yes.
He's familiar.
Well then, they'll have to take mine. Here you are. Offers it.
That's
Poe grabs it.
probably not a good idea.
We can just send Poe back to Poe's room.
That's probably a better idea. At least for the
If-
time being.
Do I have to kill him to do that, or can he like teleport back to his room?
Why would we teleport? What if he wants to
Pip-
hear it? It could concern
Pip,
him.
you-
He could
you
be a chosen one.
He's not a
Pip,
chosen one.
Pip, do you see the problem here though? If they can't spy on us, but they can spy on Poe, we have an issue.
Well, then I have an idea. If divination, magic, and fortune telling doesn't work on us, if she tries to read Poe's fortune and she can't, then we know it can't work. Right?
I have no idea.
You want to find out if I'm gonna kill this thing in the next 5 minutes?
There should be no
That's how the
violence
magic works.
inside of my chambers, please. You must come to some decision here if this creature, if it can be foreseen or not. If it can, it will need this ward to protect it. The ones that you carry is not just to eliminate that of divination. If you are truly chosen, then there should not be a way to foresee you. It is actually to hide and disguise your voices, so that if there was some sort of magic of scrying in this room, that nothing, potentially anything, would be able to carry out of it.
I
Can't you
suppose.
simply
Just don't
send
talk.
him
Yeah.
to and
Poe.
from.
He does not talk then.
So be it. Take the ward back.
But can we see if you can see his future or something, just in case for later? Because they do have a good point. If he can get tracked,
I
it
can go
does-
through a reading. It will
point.
take some time, but that's not why we're here.
Oh.
If that's what you
Okay.
wish, I can
Send
make it
him
happen.
back to his room.
He's fine. He's fine. Anyway, why are we here?
Come, take a seat around my table, please.
Sure.
Just take a seat. Pulling it. I'm glad to meet you all. My name is Margaret, but it's not exactly my position here at the Guild of Lore and Myth as a fortune teller isn't exactly true. I am somewhat of a mage of renown within the Reckoning. Do any of you know what this is?
Does it ring a bell as a craftsman?
Mhm.
I don't know if it would.
Not as a craftsman, but it could be a history opportunity if you want to make a roll for it.
I'm not afraid to try. Oh, there we go. Maybe some dwarven fellows had some.
So, Lance, the Reckoning is a group that has existed and came out to known during one age of the Talthars, one ruler, many hundreds of years ago. They were seen as like almost like a, coming out of the sewer type area, right? They just kind of appeared. They consisted of like warlocks. They were practicing necromancy. But that just is like the truth of what the Talthars were telling about what the Reckoning is. Your background, maybe with the ruler coming from the dwarven cities, would actually see the Reckoning as a guild or a faction of mages that speaks to harnessing and kind of bringing about the freedom of magic in areas where it would be persecuted or hated, right? And so there was a period known as the Age of the Great Purge, and the Reckoning was actually a focal point of that event, where they were persecuted. Some of them were put to death. It was a very troubling time. And this was actually led by a Talthar ruler a couple hundred years ago. And so the Reckoning now, though, There's not much information about them. There's not much history because after the Age of the Great Purge, they went back into hiding before they, because that's they kind of emerged. Most likely they were hiding before, came into the light. Now, your history check being so high would also note that the Talthars believed that the Reckoning was responsible for an assassination of a Talthar queen, which is kind of prompting of what kind of led with the Age of the Great Purge, right? So I'm not going to give names because I think it's just going to confuse at this point. So I'm just going to say that. And of course, if you want that information, I can always give you the names of the rulers and stuff like that. So that kind of gives you an idea of what the Reckoning is.
Yeah.
You going to share this information or are you just going to keep it to yourself?
No, I'll share that. Well, kind of a advocates for the magical expression. It seems like the Talthar have a bit of a history with them that really thrown them under the wagon, so to speak, and for some of the events that the Talthar haven't been too happy about.
This is correct.
Annie, you gonna have a problem with this chick?
You would make a great member of Guild Lord Myth. You keep that knowledge with yourself all times.
No, actually, it's I'm a member of the Roguelark of the Dwarves.
Oh,
We have a couple of historians among us, passing knowledge.
that's wonderful. Well, glad that you're here with us. It is very true. There's some more nuanced information than that. The Reckoning to me is that the freedom of magic involving peace, prosperity to the people. The Reckoning here on Arthuria have existed for a long time, prior to the Talthars taking rule and even the Sula kingdom as they presided over. As Marian colonizers came over, some of us in our roots did come from the houses of Elion, which are the notable houses of the Temerian Republic. But we saw some of the way that they weave their magic in control rather than freedom. And so we chose, and the jungles of Chandrina, and that within the region far to the south of here known as Uther, that is now reigned and lain barren, torched by the great Erithun. It's where we did most of our magical discoveries, and as Chandrina is where we resided for many years. Hundreds, not thousands. I must tell you, my position within the Reckoning is known as a lore keeper. It is a notable position. We speak in riddles and code across the many cities of this land. We try to make ourselves scarce because of one person, Damodar, the Master of Dragons. The leader of the Reckoning, known as Archmage Zelvar Eridanis, has claimed allegiance to Damodar, the Master of Dragons. And they've claimed this allegiance for one reason, the freedom of magic. Aligned in purpose, the Reckoning has offered their services. I need to tell you now, that poses a challenging threat to the likes of you. The Reckoning are very aware of who the Chosen Ones are. They have been instructed by the Master of Dragons to hunt you down and to kill you. How do you find that which you cannot see? The Reckoning is wise, well studied. Articles. For when Shaldranal was ruined, and the Wizarding School of Zoomfir was destroyed, it was the Reckoning that picked up the pieces. That within the archives and the labyrinth. They are the ones who stashed the knowledge away from the Wizarding School. Not only that, but the previous knowledge that they had obtained for thousands of years of their existence. They will try to see you all by looking at that which should not exist, but does. Picture yourselves somewhere in a courtyard, perhaps. People are looking at you because of something you have done. The Reckoning will see this, and they will note that the people are looking at something that they cannot see, and they will assume that that is you. Just because you cannot use divination on the likes of all of you does not mean you cannot use it at your disposal to try to locate. It is a guessing game, though. So it is the wakes of what you create they will see. The more that you create, the more likely they are to find you.
This strategy sounds familiar.
Yeah.
But
Pip is
you have not sworn such allegiance.
No, there are a number of us that fall within the realm of freedom of magic, but with intent of good, without death, without the harm of the individual. Master Dragons is leading a war, after all. There are countless bodies that they have left, and their intent and purpose to free magic.
Yes, it does seem like a rather extreme solution to the problem. I do much prefer precision maneuvers whenever available.
Pip is going to use message to Donlin and ask, did you tell her about the conversation we had with Damodar? Or before he opens his mouth? Basically, does she know we talked to Damodar?
Probably. I don't remember.
That
Can she
tracks.
spy on Damodar though?
Well, in that case, Pip is just going to assume he did tell him. But Damodar, when he told us that he wasn't going to kill us, so why would he send people to kill us if he wants us on his side?
I don't know that. I only know that the objective of the reckoning, in some part, is to hunt you down. And when I tried to give a reading to your companion, and then they started to speak to me about who and what they are, I knew I needed to meet all of you and give you this warning.
Pip, I think that's the wrong question. I don't think that Damodar cares about us. He cares about what we have.
Well, yeah, but it's just, why would he want to try to use us if he just wants us? It's kind of pushing his hand a little bit for someone who seems so intelligent. Wouldn't he want to try to manipulate us a little bit more than try to outright kill us?
Maybe
For
he's
what
training
purpose?
us.
So hell of a training regimen.
I mean, that's how I got trained.
Consider
Did you
the
see how I
size.
trained the kids? Oh, you guys didn't see how I trained the kids. I mean,
I saw.
it's effective.
Psychotic.
What are you doing?
So, Doc, what all did you tell her, by the way? Just so everyone here's on the same page.
Yes.
So she knows everything.
I mean, she knows whatever I know.
So she knows
So that's a
about
varied scale.
the
Everything and
different
Yes.
the different times.
Oh no, I didn't mention that.
Oh,
Yeah, we're from a different universe. He's
now
from a
this
different universe.
What?
For our travelers, shifting of planes is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, in this realm of existence. In addition to teleportation in certain areas of this world, is how it was created. As a lore-keeper, I have kept much information about the world's creation and other facets of magic that are important. I can go into numerous details, but that is not why we're here. Spend all night talking about things. Stares at you, Lance.
So, other than the warning, why are we here?
You're here because the warning, yes, and that I need your help.
With
Well, this should get interesting.
I don't know if we can help you. You like peace, and I don't like peace.
There are certain members of the Reckoning that are in hiding. They have kept themselves away from the Archmage Zelvo Eridanis and the Seekers, as well as the High Seeker. They have kept themselves away, and they have taken a number of magical items with them after they have escaped the Wizard's Keep upon a meeting that took place, swearing their allegiance to the Master Dragons, or death.
So we need to find these items or find the people?
You must find them. And they are very well protected. Yes. Not even I can get to them. But I know that they are there. They are in hiding. If you are willing to pick up the task, I will start to uncover the clues and guide you on where they might be. But if I am to be found in these areas, would do them harm, for I am being watched. This is why I
I was
wanted to
going to
make sure these
say.
wards were here. Yes, sorry.
Rather bold of someone of your particular affiliations to set up shop right underneath the nose of the Talthal, see?
Well, sometimes in hiding, it's best to hide yourselves with those that would be subject of view, hiding almost in camouflage of that power. Guild Nordlith is plentiful. There are many guild houses, and there are many cities. I try to keep to myself within the guild, as well as a number of places in the city. A minimum, though, not a lot. So, I'll let you think upon it. You don't need to give me an answer now. It is perhaps more than you can do.
What specifically, other than find them, is it that you're asking us to do? If they've successfully hidden from those that pursue them, what good would us finding them do?
We need to band them together and oppose the reckoning. Separated, they can be hunted and defeated. But together, they will have great power over the arcane and the magic items that they have as well. It would protect them in the numbers. Of course, I was not privy to the meeting at the Wizard's Keep. There was only a number of sentinels, and as well as seekers and weavers that were allowed into this meeting. They are the ones with true power. My gifts are really that of divination. I have not practiced magic in combat before. But they have.
So you want us to find them and recruit them?
I want you to find them. After I uncover the clues of the locations, I can come with names as well, perhaps. I know, but I don't want to speak until you agree. I want to give you more information that can be pulled from your mind if you are to be captured.
Think that'll help us kill the fire giants?
Allies can be useful. Might be able to aid you in that quest.
I'm in.
I mean, I'm down, but I do have one. There seems to be a tiny problem here. We just walked in. You said you're being spied on. People know we killed the dragon. That means Demodar knows we're here because we're obviously probably being followed, which means they know we're seeing you. Isn't that bad for you?
That's a lot of ifs, but
That's not a good if. We
Of
know.
course, this meeting is a risk. That's why I created these runes to try to protect this conversation in some regard. But I believe the risk is worth the reward. Not only to give you the warning that I must give you, I feel obligated to give you, but also to propose a quest for you to go on my and the Reckoning's behalf.
I mean, I'm down.
I mean, not only made this help Donlin with his question about the fire giants, it always gets asked, but could potentially help us against Damodar if a future fight were to break out. So,
Oh, do you
give
guys
it
think that?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, you think the top hat guy is one of these guys? One of the bad guys? One of the bad ones?
Oh wait,
Uh,
yeah. Do you know Randall? That he's an asshole.
Randall.
Randall Gurn.
I know of Randall Gurn. They are a very powerful mage from the Empyrean College. They are not a reckoning. And you would find, if I was to place Randall Gurn, somewhere in a hierarchy of power, Randall Gurn would be on parallel to our Archmage. Randall Gurn is extremely powerful, and they, if they were alive during the age of the Great Purge, would help lead the Talthars in great persecution and the death of many.
Great. So he's not only a dick, but he's a powerful dick.
Yeah, note to self: need more
course.
power before killing Top Hat.
He has the title of the Collector. It is a position within the People's Palace in the Citadel. It is a high official position. They are dedicated to finding magical items of great wealth and power and housing them within the Citadel for treasure and keeping.
Why would he be working with the Black Hand then? For that reason?
Don't know. Black Hand, they are worshippers of Bane, but the Black Hand is more than that. They are a single ideal to lead, governing with oppression and tyranny. They seek the Talthars as doing such, but yet they worship Pelor instead, and that seat needs to be removed, replaced with that of the Black Hand.
Oh, so they're also assholes. Everyone's a bunch of assholes.
It is always
Um,
subjective in that view, of course. You are one of the Order of Light, or perhaps one of the Valiant Virtue here in the Holy City. You would regard the Talthars with much respect.
On which Valiant Virtue you ask at the moment?
So that's another thing with the Chosen Ones that's confusing. So is it our stones that make us impervious to divination, or is it just us?
He pulls himself to the table, go to a nearby bookshelf, off-centered, kind of to the right of the entrance as you come in. They begin to reach for a couple of almost like fantasy books, light reading. They grab a couple of them. They're volumed with notable bards of history that have come from the houses of Elion, or even that of Merlandar, one particular college. They begin to unveil the books towards both of you, flipping through 2 separate pages on 2 separate books. They push them across the table. As you can see, this one speaks of the Chosen during the Wilds, a period long ago of treacherousness and viciousness in many fashions of life here on this continent. The Chosen to be brought forth to move against vile, villainous dragon. They were brought together by a powerful mage, brought together to move against them. And as the bard would speak, they would speak that they were brought to bring order amidst the chaos, and that they were chosen to do so. But then take this volume. They use the same phrasing of purpose. They do not speak of a mage. They do not speak of anything, yet they tell that they would bring order amidst the chaos. And all they did was defeat a notorious bandit in their camp. Very separate things, but that same phrasing. And as Lawkeeper, there is a prophecy that has been in existence for some time. And it speaks to the same phrasing. There is no way to put this prophecy to the people. So they're two separate periods, out of character, 2 separate periods of history, thousands of years apart from each other. They're 2 separate sorts of events, but yet there's that same phrasing of order amidst chaos. And it's a party. They're brought together. So it's like a people, just one group.
None of these mention what the mage looks like, right?
No, the mage was not there when the party spoke about their tale. They just speak of them as a powerful mage that brought them together.
I'm still trying to find whoever the mage or whatever person pulled me out of my world to bring me to the new world before it became this world. Still
Yes,
trying to track him down.
then perhaps that is the mage or a mage.
Hmm.
If you are chosen.
But that doesn't really answer my question, though. So is it the stone, or is it us that's protected from divination?
I cannot answer that question for you. I only know when I give my reading.
Haven't.
Could not figure out any sort of divination towards you, as it seems that there is something stopping it. And for me as a lawkeeper and my studies, there has been documents of these people that has happened to.
So I have an idea. Kanan, you don't have a stone, but we're assuming you're a chosen one. Otherwise, we wouldn't. I don't think you would be with us. So if she could read you, that must mean we're protected and not our stones.
Except for he now has this fancy bone.
That's a fancy what?
The
What?
bone.
The thing she
I-
gave us.
I believe he's referring to the ward that she passed out as soon as we walked into the bed. What was your question?
Well, I'm just saying that if she could read you and you don't have a stone, that would mean us are protected and not the stones that are
Didn't we
protecting
attempt?
us.
Didn't she attempt to take a reading on you, Donlin, while you did not have the stone?
Oh yeah, true. I forgot about that. I gave Kanan my stone in the bar. Oh yeah. Also forgot when I put the stone on the table because it was a whole thing. When I came back here by myself, the stone just like I don't know, it was in my hand, but it was on the table, and then
So your
In
hand
my
was on the table.
no. It was
So
on
you-
that table, and I'm a point, and I was sitting here, and then it was in my hand.
So did you have the stone when you got red or not?
That's what I'm saying. So I put the stone down
Yeah,
at
but
that
then
table on the other side of the room, and then I sat at this table, and then it poof, it was in my hand.
Maybe I can help with this. The individuals and the documents that I have read, the scrolls and the books, none of them possessed a stone.
so yeah, that solves it. We don't need the stones to be protected by divination, which is important.
Yeah,
Because
but
I
you
have
can't get rid of the stone.
true, but since I have two, I could have given if it was the stones, I could have given Kanan one, and so he's protected.
Maybe you should still give Kanan one extra protection.
Yeah, maybe. I still don't know what the silver one does.
Well, white one went to a white dragon. The silver one probably goes to a silver dragon.
Hopefully, it
Well,
doesn't
one
summon
is.
another dragon.
Okay, I never summoned the dragon. He just came when I tried to talk to him. Just
Oh
don't
yeah,
try
you
to
got
talk
my
to him.
friend killed. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I was still supposed to be mad at you for that. I forgot. And you have Poe. Yeah, you on the
Oh,
not so
Poe,
nice list.
and I've saved you multiple times. And Poe, I don't really know. He is kind of creepy, but I love
Let's
him.
not go back to these spots right now.
Yes, I don't mean to interrupt, but we should leave urgent matters, and if we are concluded, we should remove yourselves in case.
I mean, I think will help, right? Anyone? Any objections?
I mean, it
Uh,
seems
I'm down.
Guess we'll go
prudent
for
for
it.
everyone involved, I would imagine.
That way, we don't have to have extra meetings.
Okay. Then I will reach out to some of my associates and other guild houses within this continent, and I will try to produce a names, and the locations of those you should seek. If you are to find them, I will also provide location on our next meeting. I've been thinking about where we should meet and come together, but it's difficult. I am one person, and I don't know the inner workings of the Reckoning anymore. If you have a place you would like to suggest, I am open to it.
Hmm. I mean, you can always
Um,
come to our hotel and just pose as a guest.
Hmm.
I was thinking they could go hang out with the Frost Giants.
That
Does she want to leave here?
probably isn't going to go well.
I mean, it's better than anywhere else. Giants kill dragons. You can't send the dragons after them.
I do have something of a home there, so to speak. I could put in a word, I suppose.
Honey,
Shy.
don't mean to be, I know it's been a long time, but I brought friends.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna move in some angry mages that are probably not happy about living in the cold.
Just gave birth. You have left me. Oh my gosh, this is like so many jeez. Oh, we're getting too real now.
Step through that doorway, the first thing they're going to give you is a divorce paper.
What the hell have you been? Bring this child on myself. What's the child support?
Good God, 22 years of child support payments.
So Monsag is a possibility. Yeah, you do have a connection there. You have friends, right? You definitely have taken the time in Monsag to make that a place, and it's powerful. The Frost Giants are very powerful, so that is a possibility. You, as a party, I don't think you spent enough time on the content to really know what exactly is a safe place. To kind of go and meet up. So it could be a thought process. You don't need to know right now, right? So this is kind of the suggestion of Margaret going, well, when I figure this out, when I find the names, when I find the people, locations, like, maybe we can come together, we can think of a place. Like, they're going to continue to think of it, try to figure it out. But if it kind of comes down to, your adventures, and you're perhaps in a couple other places, and you're like, you know what, there's a good place over here, a good place there, you might make that suggestion, right? So it's not like these people are going to move immediately. It's more like you're trying to connect with them and speak on behalf of Margaret and try to tell them and convince them even that there is a possibility of forming an opposing faction, if you will, to what is the Reckoning and their allegiance to Damodar. That is what Margaret is kind of proposing here, right? So it's not information you necessarily need to figure out right now. It's not something you have to figure out right now. But Margaret is going to continue to do what they're doing, right? So there's an NPC. They're going to continue to try to figure out a good place. They're going to try to do the work, try to get the names, the location, and then once they have that, they're going to try to use you to connect with them.
So if I understand this right, though, the Age of the Reckoning stuff, there's some that are loyal to Damodar, and then there's her and some other ones that are not. They've kind of chosen their own path. And she's wanting us to help out some that got stuck somewhere that are hiding now that are on her side against Damodar, essentially.
Yeah. So the Reckoning,
Okay.
a Reckoning has a pretty dense hierarchy, right? So you have an Archmage, which is kind of the leader. They said the High Seekers. So those would be individuals which, by the name, would suggest that they're really good at finding things out. They're really good at potentially combat. They're disguising themselves, right? That sort of thing. Sentinel, Protectors, Guardians, still good with combat. And then you're really coming down to more of like administrative hierarchy, maybe some type of foot soldier-esque with the hierarchy, right? Initiates, that sort of thing. So underneath Sentinel would be the people that wouldn't be involved with this meeting that happened. And they potentially could be the people that did not go to the Wizard's Keep, that did not join the Archmage, and they're hiding out now. So it's kind of like, do we want to stir the hornet's nest and draw more attention to ourselves from the Reckoning if they are hunting us, or do we want to take the chance and try to find them to grow more, to build more allies? That's kind of what
power as well.
Yeah,
Theoretically, anyway. Okay.
So
I want to make sure I was understanding that correctly.
yeah, and so there's two reasons for the meeting. The first primary one was warning you, right? That's the primary one. That's the primary goal for Margaret. And then the second thing is if you know, to find them. And you're probably wondering, why isn't Margaret just send like a messenger from the Guild of Lord Myth if they were to find them? Well, they are not immune. They're not shrouded like you all are, right? You also don't have any sort of affiliation with the Reckoning. So there's a good chance that you cannot be seen, and you're also competent because of what Donlin had said, right, about your adventures and your quests and stuff, right? So think about like a messenger from the Guild Lord Myth encountering potentially a 7th level mage, right? Not a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. So, I do have two more questions for you. One, do you have any rituals or anything that you know that you could teach me? I know your guy downstairs who was very happy to give me a couple, but the more the merrier.
I am
Just-
good with divinations. Perhaps I can find a ritual that would suffice for that. I don't know what you're capable of using, though.
I just learned rituals recently, so very new.
Well, something that could prove useful, something that I can provide you, is a scroll of telepathic bond.
That sounds cool.
Will allow you all to speak within your minds to each other without having to speak verbally. It will help you in finding these people and speaking without revealing that to the outside world. However, it is a very powerful spell. It is out of character 5th level in terms of spellcasting. You'll need to have some competency with to learn it, or perhaps take the chance in casting it one time. But nonetheless, I will give it to you.
Oh, thank you. And my second one is I don't want to take people's time, so I'm just going to ask it one more time. Are we sure we want to make sure that Poe can't be read by divination magic? If they can track him, I guess that is a problem.
Well, I know of one way you can make him not read by divination magic. Looks towards Donlin.
Yes, Johnny.
He has potentially saved our butts once. Just saying.
This is true. Should I?
He prevented some minor burns. Didn't even
That
look
you
that bad.
know of.
I may use the casting if you wish. Try to read them.
Couldn't hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, it might very well, actually.
If he is, you're poofing him back, right?
I mean,
You,
if he
you
is,
can call him
it's-
when you need him.
it's
And we
an
don't tell
hour-
anyone about him.
It's an hour to call him.
Can you make him without wasting? I shouldn't say wasting. Without using an hour, can you make him disappear and come back?
Not that I'm aware of. From what I understood from when I was reading the ritual, is if I dismiss him, he goes back to his home. I guess we'll call it.
Okay,
As an action,
so it's not like a snap
Oh,
of fingers and
see.
you can.
you can snap him back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's an action to snap him away and make him disappear, and then an action to snap him back, as long as he's
Oh.
not dead.
Yeah, you technically only have to recast it if he dies, or you want to get a different familiar.
That's what I
Oh.
thought.
Okay, cool.
So you'll have to cast it again when Donlin kills him, but you know, that's fine.
Fair.
Godlin's follow through swing accidentally hits Poe.
Darn, I didn't realize they had a cleave to the cave.
I mean, I guess it doesn't. How long would it? She said she can cast something like immediately and find out.
I can,
no,
yes.
it's like 10 minutes. Oh, is it immediate?
Well, it's 10 minutes, but it's, I mean, in terms of time, it's not very
In
long.
the grand
Considering how
scheme of
long
things,
this
it's a lot.
conversation has gone, yeah.
Well, it's fair, but you know,
Feels like
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I
We-
mean,
we were-
You're hungry, and he's gonna
We
pull
were
out.
just sitting at the bar.
Yeah,
He's a-
I ate.
He's gonna pull out some fruit. Here you go, Donald.
oh my god.
Where's the meat?
You really want meat in a bag of holding? That'll go bad, wouldn't it?
So, am I preparing a reading for the creature?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
you can
Yes,
read the
please.
creature.
All right. Poe, come here, please. Poe begins to float.
Don't eat her, Poe.
Right.
Oh yeah, don't stick your finger in his mouth.
Begins to pull out some tarot cards and bones and aiding in the reading. After 10 minutes or so, you see them gasp. Whatever creature this is, they come from someplace very dark and consuming. They are only a piece of what they truly are. Poe just continues to stare. Be wise to keep yourself safe around them. I can get a reading from them. It is limited. They're a piece of something else, and they are pulled to this plane to serve you, a familiar.
Hmm.
Okay, how do we make it so he can't be read?
There is magical items that one can get for this situation. However, as a familiar, it just might be wise to only use them when it is necessary, or perhaps no one would know that they even exist. Only
True.
use. You must understand that you have to see the person first, know that they are there, before you can use such magic. And it is as I described that they would see the shadows amongst the light, and that is how they would find you all. In that same scene, if Poe was to be there, they would simply see Poe as well as amongst the shadows, which would not mean anything unless they knew what Poe was.
Okay, so Poe can no longer be out in public. So they don't know he's with us. Or she. I honestly don't know what you are yet. They? Anyway. No public Poe. Gotcha.
No Poe. Yep. Heard.
Public Poe.
No Poe around Don.
Poe hovers and turns around and looks towards you all, black, beady eyes staring at each of you.
All right, so you're gonna get rid of him, or I'm gonna get rid of him?
He's still fine now. Well,
She just said she can read him.
yeah, I know, but we're still boarded in here. When we go to leave, I'll ask him to go back, and then I'll pull him back at the hotel or tavern, and we'll talk again. Me and him.
Only in your room.
Mm.
Oh, it's private time.
So, our meeting is concluded. If you might mind, please place your wards, your runes on the table. They have limited use, and they will not help you any further.
Oh, thought you gave me a gift. Okay. I'll put it back on the table.
Apologies.
It was a pleasure. Thank you
Of course.
for your information.
Yes, and I will reach out to you all soon as I have something.
Okay, so I guess character Poe is he big enough to go into my pocket?
Yeah,
I know we
Poe's
said
tiny.
he's. Yeah, so I'm just gonna act like I dismiss him, but kind of just put him into ask him like telepathically get in my pocket, so no one will see him, but he's still not sent to his. Home.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Oh,
just-
see, you're asking for this dude to get killed.
Poe just floats into your pocket.
Back to the room then.
Sounds like a plan.
I suppose so.
All right. So you all depart the Guild of Lore and Myth. Margaret follows and shuts the door behind you. You hear some cleaning up happening from inside, but after that, it's fairly quiet. There's a large kind of noise happening from down below, from all of the festivities from the guild. Across the courtyard, aimed at the Zealous Flagon. Open the doors. Many people are still in here, probably slightly less than you had observed before. So I'd say it's just around the ballpark of 30 guests or so. So you add to that value, you're able to have some more food, some drinks, pass upstairs, get some rest. Depends on what you all kind of feel like you want to do.
You guys took a short rest, right? While I was doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so people still probably need a long rest for a lot of things, except
Yeah.
for the two that talk to the tree.
Tree huggers.
Don't be jealous.
Tree huggers.
We hugged your tree, sir.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Kanan, what are you doing before I do this? Are you staying downstairs in the bar for a little bit? You going up to your room?
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably hang out in the bar till everybody goes to bed anyway.
Okay.
I'll purposely sit next to Kanan wherever he is.
Okay.
And I'll let the rest of the party say what they're doing real quick before I get into this.
Is there like a little cozy place where Pip can kind of just start playing music, like light music, since it's dark, in order to see if he can make some coin?
Yeah, so the dining hall does have a small platform that sits at the back right corner. That's opposite of where you were sitting in your kind of alcove originally in the Zealous Flagon. The platform is not as large as that of the Mountside Pub. It's really fit for maybe one performer at a time. You're able to find that corner, begin to play something soft and kind of melodic. There's also a piano adjacent to the platform that can be played as well. So if you don't have an instrument yourself, you're able to do that.
That's what Pip's gonna do. He's just gonna kind of chill and
Just kind of
loot.
perform. Give me a performance check.
Yep.
I am just waiting for Poe to pop his little head out of your pocket and Dolan see that shit.
Pop out. You
Oh,
suck.
Donlin's leaving. I just haven't got there yet.
You haven't even got here and you're already leaving?
Okay.
Not the greatest. He's
Not the
tired.
greatest, but it is average. So you're just kind of chumming, just playing along, something soft and gentle to create a melody throughout the dining hall. Donlin, you're leaving as well, so you're going upstairs.
I'm actually going to go to the Frostguard Keep.
Oh,
Donlin has energy because of the tree, so he's going to go see if they'll let him train with some of the guard.
so Donlin's going to head to Fort Frostbeard, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then Lance, are you at the bar, or where are you at?
I think Lance will actually busy himself in his room, given that we've been going through some poisoning subplots. I think we're going to need some more immediate curatives.
Okay.
So he'll be working on that.
Working on curatives. Based on the hour and the new crafting rules, you can probably get probably 2 to 3 crafts before you long rest. So you can choose what you want to do there. Now left with Kanan and Jax at the bar.
Well, seems like the rest of the group had different things in mind than sitting here and enjoying each other's time.
Has been a rather complicated day. I suppose we all have our own ways of coping.
So I saw you talking to Kristoff outside of the temple. Did you happen to see me out there watching him?
I thought I caught a glimpse of you as I came by, dressed as someone else. Felt rather strange, but
Yeah, so the TLDR version of this here is I when we came out of the mausoleum after fighting the Knights of Virtue, I noticed that there was some more waiting at the top. Don't know if they were waiting for us or if they were waiting for something else, but noticed them waiting at the top. And I also noticed that Kristoff saw them as well. Now, rather than a group of 2, maybe 3 max that they are typically in, this was a group of 6 that looked like they were waiting there. And Kristoff decided to ignore them and make it a point that none of us saw him ignore them. So I thought this was a little suspicious, along with, and I think you'd agree, the impeccable timing of Kristoff to get down to where we were engaged in combat. I mean, you couldn't have got much better timing than that, right? It's kind of odd. So
It's
anyway,
rather
I decided,
fortuitous, yes.
yeah, absolutely. So I decided to follow Kristoff, and lo and behold, once I got close enough, he possesses the same gift you do of being able to see through everything.
Yeah, I would imagine he would.
Yeah. You know what's even more interesting is him and I had a very interesting conversation about your relationship with him. And he asked me to give you this, and I'll pull out the apple from my back pocket and hand it to Kanan.
I have a feeling that's not exactly how that conversation went, but I'm sure it was enlightening.
It was. It would seem that our previous agreement about keeping each other's secrets is probably more fruitful now than ever for both of us with this party, given the events.
Because of the apple. I see what you did there. It's nice.
Nice.
I'm just saying that Kristoff had quite a bit to say.
I'm sure. I'm
And I will-
honestly impressed that you walked away alive. That's credit to your station, I suppose.
Credit
I
to the
did
station.
try to warn you
Or-
away from him.
Oh, you did.
He's a rather dangerous individual.
I don't know if it's necessarily credit to my station or maybe credit to him trying to achieve something higher than what he is now and willing to do whatever it takes to get there.
Such is the plight of most of his kind and those who he follows.
Hmm.
They are rather defined by their lust for power.
So
Does make
true.
him a bit predictable, though.
It's odd how they seem to hide behind the facade of Palor.
Well, if you wish to get close to something, rather convenient to ingratiate yourself with those who surround it.
Fair point. Darkness hiding in light. Never would have thought until now.
If you examine the most righteous, some might say zealous, of any given faith or following, you'll find that their followers, the most faithful, have a lot in common. Frequently, only the direction in which their faith is pointed is what changes.
The zealots on both sides, huh?
Always. It is the nature of those without power to slave and lust after it, regardless of the form that lust may take.
So what I would tell you, though, as much as you and I are in this keeping each other's secrets, be careful. Be careful around him because I truly believe he only has his interest in mind.
Oh, I'm 100% certain he only has his interest in mind.
And while I have suspicions, to this point you have sacrificed and acted with more than just your own self-interest in mind. Minus the one time where you destroyed the world, but we won't talk about that.
Yeah.
And you know what? It happens sometimes. But I have grown fond of you. I have grown fond of our little game of cat and mouse and who's going to find out what about who when. This was very unexpected, but I figured I'd share with you so that if you do decide to potentially talk to him again alone or off to the side of the party or wherever that you knew his intentions, or at least what I think are his intentions if you didn't already know.
Well, that is appreciated. I rather enjoy our whole little cadre of mishap adventurers. We all have our secrets to bear and our own motivations, but we do not have underlying goals in the grand scheme of things.
So true. Well, I guess we'll kick back a few here and digest what happened today and today's events. And I don't know about you, but I am very inclined to help the lady out that we just met with, to help Margaret out, and I don't know, help ourselves out against Damodar as well.
It never hurts to have allies. That would be a particularly interesting group of them, that's for sure.
Very true. Add them with my master. A very interesting group to include us.
For certain.
Well,
It's a rather small world in the grand scheme of things.
that it is. That it is. And I'll reach over with my mug or cup or whatever it is and offer like a salute, prost, whatever you want to say to Kanan, and tap it on the table and take a sip.
Okay.
Of course, depending on the conversation tomorrow, we might all be in chains, so drink to your health.
The Watch Commander's my good buddy now. And as I say that, I don't know if they're coming around to collect or not, but I'll slowly move my cloak back and reveal the Watch Commander's coin purse on my belt to Kanan.
Solid.
Ice in the fire.
Okay. Anything else for your conversation?
I don't think so.
Not unless Adam has something. I'm good there.
Okay. With that said and done, you all kind of come to mutual understanding of each other's investigative nature, perhaps, and your dealings in secrecy. And I feel far more confused if we are a party or not. That's my opinion. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens as you finish your conversation, and as we had said, or sorry, the Lord Thonfalor had said, is that they would send an envoy in the morning And so you kind of look towards that and you go, I'll wait for that message in the morning, get some rest perhaps. And then from there, we will reveal the plan. That could.
Plan.
The plan.
Yeah.
Should
yeah.
either be pure bullshit or it could be real. Who knows? Yeah, we'll see. But,
Can't wait for this plan
yeah,
from the
we'll see.
fever.
Or the fever plan. That's what we're gonna call it. We'll call it the fever plan.
Plan C for COVID.
Plan C for COVID. We're gonna, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're gonna take a 10-minute break now, so we'll come back at about 7:36 p.m. PDT. Hopefully you join us when we get back. So thanks so much. Bye.
See you soon.
Gotcha.
Welcome back. Thanks so much for joining us as we go through our spooky story. I should turn the other one on. Just like, no, so we're at the Zell's Flagon. We are all going to now undergo a long rest, unless there's anything that somebody wishes to accomplish at this point in terms of time. Everyone good?
Yeah, I just need a long rest.
Yep, I'm
That's
just
what-
beating
that's
up
what I'm
guards
gonna
at
Wrong one. Sorry.
the Frostbeard.
That's not how long rest worked, Donald.
I already got my long rest, so now I'm just beating up guards.
All right, so I'm now going to go ahead and prompt you for a long rest here. Should prop up to all of your sheets.
Oh my god, I have spells back.
I need
Donald.
to.
Go ahead.
I got a roll for the staff.
Yeah. So I should say I did once upon a time. It did work where it would roll itself if it was a new day. Like it would read that it's a
Yeah.
new day and it would roll. But
Technically, it happens at sunset. So
yes.
Yeah, so does my wand of winter.
Yes. So it doesn't look like it rolled it. We went through sunset and it doesn't seem like it rolled it. So go ahead and roll a d4.
hey, look at that! Boom.
4 more charges. And then the same thing
So-
goes to the wand if you want to manually
Roll
roll
it
it.
or just. Oh,
Isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't have charges, right?
it's 3 out of 7. So
It looks
I
like the
just-
crown. Oh, the crown didn't roll either. That's a D3.
that's a
Mhm.
1d6 plus. Okay.
Once upon a time, there was a module called Magic Items. Now there's Magic Items too, but I've noticed that it doesn't work quite as well.
The end.
The end. That's literally it.
That's the whole story.
The most terrifying story of all. The modules broke.
Well, I think Pathfinder, the system for Foundry, I think Pathfinder has that stuff integrated into the system now. So the D&D 5e for Foundry is really lagging behind in terms of some stuff. All
One
right,
thing I
so
did forget to do before I do that.
Yeah.
Before my long rest, can I put, since I took a long rest after a long rest, kind of, can I put stuff in my brain that I always forget to do?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Just make sure to be mindful of the spell slots that you put in. The ring should still work to be able to interact with it. You should be able to click it. It should come up with a pop-up, which tells you if you want to store stuff or play stuff, that kind of thing. I shouldn't need to update it. I think it's still the same. Donlin, you went to Fort Frostbeard in the night, last night. Upon going to Fort Frostbeard, they allowed you to come in. They have a training area for martial, particularly of melee, as well as ranged. They kind of go through some sparring with you, easily able to defeat the number of these individuals. These are very ill-trained soldiers, if you will. The guard would be more trained, but none of them would be sparring with you. They're on
Yes.
duty, particularly this night. So, and upon kind of bashing the soldiers, there's some of the actual commanders here at the fort that are just like kind of watching you, sipping on some mugs. They're just observing, scoffing a little bit. And then as you finish into the evening and begin to make way back for the Zell's Flagon, tired from sparring and defeating these soldiers in training, the watch commander Wrangler Uku is going to watch you after riding in from their war horse. They stop and they turn in the quartermaster training field, and they just kind of stop and they just stare at you atop of the horse. They squint at you.
Hi.
They don't
Oh,
say
you want
anything.
some mead?
They open the eyes, begin to trot the horse over towards you. Give it here.
Are you gonna stop being mean to my friends?
It is what they deserve.
Yeah, they're all kind of jackasses, aren't they? Except for
Indeed.
Lance. Lance is kind of cool.
I like that one. They don't speak. It's good. They don't speak when they're not supposed to. The rest of you are. You speak all the time for no reason. It's annoying.
You just call me annoying and you want my meat?
Do you not know me? Feel like we've had numerous conversations.
Yeah, we've also punched each other before. You want to do that again?
No. I'm tired, in need of drink. Going to head into the fort, to the keep, Frostbeard. Pour myself a stiff mead from the cellar. I have notable bottles in there. Keep them safe.
Okay, well, I'll share with you if you share with me.
It's a no. The keep is under strict lockdown. Secured.
Oh, that's no
Maybe,
fun.
maybe another time.
Yeah, once we deal with these valiant jackasses.
Pulls the horse to the right. Makes way for the road, stops, turns the horse around. And you tell Jax to go fuck themselves. Begin to trot away.
Telepathically, Donlin hears, tell him to check his coin purse.
If only.
If only. All right, so we're back in the
jackass.
back in the Zealous Flag in the morning. You all rise, advance about an hour as you begin to gather yourselves for the morning. You're more than welcome to pass down to the first floor, right? If you want to eat down there for breakfast, or you can simply call service to the room. There is a bell nearby the door that could be rang. Signal them to come up and take your order. Then they're able to fetch that for you. Even help you with a bath in the morning if that's what you wish. You can also make your own bath, bathe yourself if you want, that sort of thing. We're really in a waiting time right now till the envoy arrives. That would say that it is time to meet with the Lord Down Floor, reveal our grand plan. So I'll give you have a few hours at this stage. So if anyone wants to do anything else in terms of downtime or crafts, they can for the 3 hours. And at that point, the envoy will arrive, and they will be accompanied by Royal Silvered Guard, which will escort you to the keep.
Yeah, Donlin's gonna go sell shit so he stops being a walking armory.
I don't believe you.
Oh, can we sell stuff right now?
Good.
I mean, I'm not going to the meeting.
This is Canaan only, right? For the meeting?
Yeah.
If that's the case, and we can take care of this in what I do there in downtime activities after the session's done, but I'd like to go back to the Rudikar underground to get a couple of things and then sell some stuff. But like I said, I don't want to waste time on it here, Michael. You and I can talk about it. It's at either through DMs or some other point. Not a huge deal. Pretty simple stuff. So
Okay.
Key to the city, high explosives.
yeah, all the normal
wyvern-
stuff a thief would want,
wyvern
you know.
Poison.
Probably some better grenades that do more than 9 damage.
Hey, dude, look, man, I do need new lockpicks, though.
That's a good point.
Oh, I forgot you broke those.
Yeah.
My lockpick still works.
But
If you hit it hard enough, anyway, doesn't matter.
And then for me, I'm just gonna learn some of these if I can rituals,
Okay.
mainly detect magic first, if I need an order.
All right.
It'll work out great. We're all going to be split up through the city when Kanan pisses off the Lord and he sends everyone to hunt us down. So it's a 1v, however many people show up for us.
In fairness, isn't that how Donlin wants to go out?
No, that's versus giants and dragons.
I guess the
Yeah,
question,
I mean,
the question here then for all of you is who's going to the meeting then? The Lord.
I was totally under the impression it was just Canaan.
Mm-hmm.
that was the intention was mono a mono, but I'm open to other things if that's
Oh.
what.
That's fine.
I mean, if you want backup, Lance is he's happy to go.
Pip is
But
always curious.
Otherwise, he will just continue. Jesse, we need to cook. Except there's no Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, it was more like plausible deniability, and like if this goes poorly, you guys shouldn't get wrapped up in it, like holding the bag for his
Yeah,
bullshit.
Okay.
I would love to hear Lance's interpretation of the fever plan, though.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, if Kanan allows it, Bit would go. He's a bard. Of course, he wants to know stories and fun stuff and be curious.
So I have Pip and Lance then. Unless you want to cook.
If Kanan allows it, Kanan has the final say as far as Lance is concerned, because it
Okay.
sounded like he wanted to go solo.
Yeah. Okay. Dane,
Yeah,
do you
I
want to
mean,
go
I'm fine
solo?
with it.
No, you're that's your meeting, so you dictate if you want solo or
yeah.
not. I'm just trying to
That,
make sure
that was the
you.
plan, yeah. It's-
Okay.
Okay, then we'll stay
Solo
there.
then. All right. So Lance, you're gonna do some crafting then. You'll be cooking with
Yeah.
Jesse. The Winnebago.
Yep.
Solid choice. In terms of selling items, Donlin, so you're able to sell your items at half the value. So you'll be able to sell your things relevance of half to the vendors. There's no system in terms of the journals that would allow you to sell items in particular in game unless they're like buyback. So like if you bought the item from them and they have the item in their thing, you can potentially sell it. But for now, we'll just say that you're able to get half value from those things. And so you can actually just kind of compute if you'd like, or I can help you with it.
The only question I have is for the dark steel of frost resistance. Does that just what is it, rare? Because that's the highest of the two
Right.
values.
It takes the highest of
Okay.
the two values. Yep.
Got it. And nope, I can figure it out from there.
Okay. And then Jax, you're going to head to the Rudikar. There is a sell sheet for the Rudikar versus the row, kind of the artisan row, basically where the Rudikar display some of their goods. But you actually would be privy to the black market goods of the Rudikar, which is more or less their explosives. So like the rune powder stuff, that kind of thing. That allow you to kind of get that. But you also want to do some role play with Marvin or anything, or you just go into the black market?
Nope. I the black market was one of the things. Like Donlin, I would like to sell some of the stuff in the inventory. So if the half price thing is good for everybody, then I'll take that.
Okay.
What I was really looking for though, from the Rudikar, was the oh man, of course I had to shut my computer down, so I lost the Excel spreadsheet. 1 second. I was really looking for the +5 lockpick stuff if they had that there, which I believe is
See, I thought it was a smithing
expertise.
check to just upgrade that to smithing or to expertise. Yeah.
It's one common handful of metal scrap. So I was looking either for if they had the expertise lockpicks already, or if they had metal scrap, common metal scrap that I could purchase there. And then potentially looking to see how much. I lost because stupid sheet closed on me. I'll get back to you with the other thing I was looking for, but it was an item. So
Okay.
let me look it up here.
The Rudikar are going to have that lockpicking set, so the Thief's Tools of expertise, which is going to give +5. That's an uncommon item, so either you can fetch the material and then try to make the item yourself, so basically make the enchantment, right? Or you can just simply buy it. So it is uncommon, which means that it'll be 1,000 gold to purchase it. It isn't very steep cost for the party at the moment. So
No, I'll just go ahead and spend the 1,000 gold on it. I'll take it out of my
Okay.
gold here.
Oh, okay. Then I'll manually put it into your inventory here.
I mean, I'm gonna sell stuff anyway, so it's not like it's costing me a horrible amount.
Do it this way.
Trying to find the item. I might just have to DM you.
The item that you're trying to look for in addition to this.
Yeah.
Can you describe it to me?
It was to increase my sleight of hand.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking
Gotta find it is the problem.
Cornerstone. +4 to 1 skill.
Gloves of thievery. I don't know if they would have it or not, but I'm just on the lookout for them. So
about. Let me check my notes real fast.
and you said half price for all the items that we picked up from the guys and everything is okay, right?
Yeah, you can sell it at half. If anything that you have, you can sell it half. So 50% of where the value is. The guild here is going to have a gloves.
And the cost
That-
on those?
1,000 gold.
Oh, too easy. Oh. Not mean to do that.
All right. So there are going to be times where there will be unique D&D 5e items. So like the Emporium here will have like Sentinel Shield, Mace of Disruption, that sort of thing. And so there will be times that there will be items. And so you, Jax, you're actually like I said, you're privy to the black market. So I always have to look at the Rudokar notes and see
Mhm.
what exactly is there, because I don't have a shop thing separate from it, but I do keep a track of what magical items it would have if those were given reputation with the guild, that sort of thing. So the Gloves of Thievery is one of those.
So
They do
once
have Boots of Elven Kind as well. If you
how much are those?
Those would be 1,000 gold as well.
Oh, yep, please. I might just stay here, guys. I'm shopping, not going anywhere. So once I quote unquote sell something, just delete it out of the inventory.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, the Boots of Elven Kind are in your inventory.
Yes, sir.
Are you gonna do any sort of purchasing of bombs, any sort of like throwables?
Yeah, I hate wasting time on this for the rest of the group here. I'll take or I would like to look at some bombs or throwables that they have, whether it be like a smoke bomb for obscurement or regular bombs for damage. Just depends on the price.
Everything you see in the arcane grenades, they will have. So they'll have Fairy Dust, Hush Whispers, Smoke Haze, Smoke Powder, and Rune Powder, Frag Satchels, and they do have a device. Price wise, it ranges from 100 gold to 1,000 gold to a legendary price for the Rune Powder device, which is 100,000 gold pieces.
Yeah, well, I'm obviously not getting the 100,000 gold one.
So if you look
How
at
much-
table 4.e of recipes, that'll tell you what they do have, because they have all of 4.e and then 4.e, 4.d and 4.e. Those two tables are going to be what they have in terms of consumables to throw that they don't normally sell to the public.
Okay. I don't want to waste any more time with this. Can I send you what I'm looking for
Yeah, just DM it to
separately?
me.
So
Yeah.
yeah, okay, perfect.
So,
And 4.d and e. Okay,
yeah, 4.d and
Got it.
4.e.
got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think that should suffice there.
Okay. Right. You all want your tokens for the Blackened Throne?
unless it breaks out into combat, which I hope it does.
No, Choke is you're technically not there, but yeah.
Yeah.
Just for vision's sake, right? So so eventually the envoy, about 3 hours past 7, so at 10 o'clock, you've had your breakfast and your drinks. Some of you potentially have gone elsewhere at this stage. You've gone to the Merchant's Quarter. You've gone to your various places, Arson Row, or maybe Rudolph's, maybe the Emporium, right? You're hitting some shops to sell the goods that you have, get some coin, heading to the black market, doing your own crafts in your room, or perhaps finding an area within Arson Row to be able to saddle up, maybe an apothecary, an alchemist shop that be able to lean you one of its tables and its kind of equipment to use, more permanent setting. For you, Confessor Kanan, the envoy arrives, knock at the door, messenger wearing the pin of the Falor symbol. They do have a nice green golden vest upon, the white blouse underneath, and a ruffle of plumage that comes out. Very elegant looking. With satchel, they hold a message towards you, and they simply begin to hand it over to you. And then behind them are 2 royal silvered guard. They are not Valiant Virtue Knights. They do have a kind of appearance that would otherwise be similar in terms of the way that their kind of cape is more like a poncho as it folds over themselves. Instead of silver, it's more gold in the engravings. They also don't usually have great swords. They usually have long swords, and they might be accompanied with a shield if they are on the move, which they currently are. They also have satchels at the present moment because they're riding. They have kind of reinforcements maybe on the greaves to help with the ride, and that sort of thing. So they don't say any words. They're just there to escort you and accompany the messenger. The message, as you open it, really is just giving a court appearance, sort of a time-ish, right, to show up to the Blackened Throne, and details that you'll be escorted and brought in, and that the meeting is going to be kept private away from audience or members of the court. So it's just going to be Lord Thawne Falor and the Royal Silvered Guard in the actual room. From there, they begin to take you to Falor Keep. Not going to go through the description again. Just note maybe some changes, right? So they do at the wall, there's more soldiers, there's more defenses of positions, right? People in the towers are being more aware, that sort of thing. It's just an uptick of stuff that we saw in the courtyard of the Divine District. It's just an uptick of everything, right? And in addition to that, that courtyard outside of the gate that leads in to the keep's grounds, there's actually a lot of liaisons and emissaries and people that would otherwise see the Lord promptly. They're now being put on wait. And so there is Royal Silver Guard and other people out there, such as Frost Guard and members of the Falor Keep that are currently handling them. And they're just kind of keeping them at ease that the Lord will meet them when it's due and that sort of thing. When you come into the grounds, there is a lineup of Valiant Virtue Knights and the distance by the lists that you can observe, almost like a small regiment. And they're currently in an audience with a few different commanders underneath the Lord Thawne Falor. And you can see that through the distance, the snow falling down. It's quite far off, but you can see there's platforms, things have been built a little bit more grandeur. There's scrolls, there's criers that are kind of vocalizing things, right? And they're kind of yelling towards the crowd of the Valiant Virtue. And that's the first moment you get to see how many knights there actually are here in the city. It's rivaling the numbers of around 200. So there is a large population of knights, and this might not be all of them, right? It's just those that got called in and showed up for this hour to be spoken to. And they are independent. So they are a knight. Right? They have their own noble manner. They have their own pedigree. They have their own envoys. They have their own apprentice, their own squires, right? And that sort of thing. So got to hone them all in. Right? It's like a frat party. Come on, bros. No. Yeah. Okay. We make the comparison. And then you're entered into the Blackened Throne. And again, I'll go and activate for all of you. So that kind of gives you all vision, but your tokens are not necessarily here. You pass in through the double doors. You see the Lord Thawne Falor, who's fully armored currently in their stone throne that has gem engraved and other things accenting that throne, as I described prior. They're currently just sitting there. They have the fist to the chin, lean down at a pondering-like state as they tap the right hand, as they tap it upon the armchair of the throne. The double doors shut and lock. The Lord looks up from their pondering state, and they stare at you. Now the hands simply folded. As you approach, they stand tall.
Good morning, Lord. Fellow.
Good
I
morning.
appreciate your taking this meeting. I understand it is a dire and troublesome time for everybody involved.
It is indeed. The meeting has been taken. You have been given as such, and I hope it proves fruitful.
As do I. First, an offering of information, some of which you may already have, but just so that we are 100% clear. The knights that have turned against you and Pelor did not exactly do so willingly. They were slain and their souls replaced by those who followed Bane. I am not entirely certain that the standard interrogation techniques may be sufficient to root this out. Someone is going to need to examine them to the essence of their soul to verify they are not who they say they are, but who they are physically supposed to be.
Of course.
Also, on that note, I have mild concerns about High Sunbringer Valria, as I understand she would be the one to oversee most of this.
She
When
would
last
not.
We saw. Oh, well, that's good.
There has been a decree passed by the king. Just this morning, I had a messenger that was teleported by the Empyrean College here. They have spoke that the Empyrean College will head the investigation using matters of the arcane to peer into the minds of the valiant virtue, find who indeed is true in heart and who is part of the Black Hand.
Fascinating. Well, that's good to know. That wouldn't happen to be head up by one Randall Gurn, would it?
It is not. Randall Gurn is on their way, most likely has already arrived if they use the magic. Not entirely sure what the Randall Gurn is possessed of. I asked them a numerous amounts of questions of their captivity. Someone of their power would seem suspicious that they could not merely escape. But, alas, they informed me, and under zone of truth, nonetheless. They were not capable at the time, and did not possess what they needed to use magic at that power. Perhaps they found that which they needed, and they have made way back to the People's Palace.
Very well. Well, that assuages part of the concern. I do not believe it to be the case, but given that the last time I had seen High Sunbringer, she had just been attacked and was the only one left in the room, I had no way to be certain that she had not in fact been slain and replaced. Just a thought.
It is a thought. Pelor forbid, truly, the High Sunbringer to be overtaken by a spirit possession of the evil and disgusting sort would be disastrous for the city and for the Order of the Light and the Sun Tree.
Indeed. No doubt. So then that brings me, I suppose, to the nature of this meeting in the first place. As I'm sure you're aware, there are many within the Valiant Virtue who have yet to and need to be rooted out. I can point you to one of them. However, that sort of gets back to the whole reason I requested this meeting. I know of another, one not in the city. It's a bit scarce on the details at the moment, but I believe there is one who commands all of these followers, who is making all of these bold moves against the Sun Tree and against Pelor. I believe I have convinced them that I am sympathetic to their cause. My possession of the staff aided in that endeavor. I believe if I follow this lead, I could find this person, and we could remove whoever is pulling all of these strings. But I would not undertake such an effort behind your back. So if you wish to take a more immediate approach towards those we know are involved, I would not stand in your way.
You will do best to tell your lord who it is within the Valiant Virtue that you know of that is part of the Black Hand.
Sure. I would say part of the Black Hand might be, I'm not entirely sure if that's accurate. It's not inaccurate. He is not a human, nor is he of this plane. I suspect he is a dweller of the underplanes. Rather powerful one at that. I believe his role is as a sort of enforcer, something along those lines. It is one you know as Christoph.
I see. I appreciate this information, and I will take it and do justice.
Perhaps, again, I would urge caution. I feel, though, there is more to be learned rather than just attacking head on. And also, he is a rather dangerous creature from what I can ascertain. Again, my hope is that we can follow this thread and I can get him to introduce me to whomever it is that is actually articulating all of these things so they can put a stop to it. I feel if we remove him, they will just find someone else to take up the cause. Also, going after him kind of tips our hand to everyone. That's why I wanted to have this meeting privately.
The Staff of Ashtar is in protection of the Northern Light Temple. Out of character, it still recharges, just FYI. So that's
Sure.
why I went through that. Just FYI. It shall stay with them. It shall not come into the possession of our enemy. If you prove yourself to my cause, to the light of Pelor, then perhaps we can use the staff as a weapon against them. But for now, I will keep distance on the Christoph Cormier. I will not put an end to them. You will meet with who it is that is the head, the leader, the head of the snake. And you will report back to me with who they are and what they want. More so than the death of the Sun Tree. For that I know.
Yes, that much is obvious. He did mention being pressed into service in their war. I almost suspect he meant not on this plane, or at least not in this place. But I am endeavoring to learn more. I shall try what I can. As I mentioned, I believe my possession of the staff is the reason they were willing to trust me in the first place. Without it, I don't know if my credibility will be as far, but I will see where I can get.
You will do your best, but I cannot risk the staff to you or to me or to anyone. It would do the Sun Tree harm, and it is by my oath and my vow that I protect the Sun Tree And with that, destruction of the staff. I will keep it safe and out of harm's way, and without destruction, till I hear back from you.
Very well. I will pull the thread and see where it may lead.
Let us hope that something comes of it, but if not, do not fret. Do not worry. Whatever Christoph Cormier is, they will not survive me.
I have no doubt.
I have much court to attend to today. I also have to greet whoever they send from the Empyrean College and show them the workings of this keep and the city for them to begin their inquisition. Is there anything else that we are supposed or needed to discuss?
I believe that is all the information that I possess at this time. Apologies for backing up your day.
No apology is needed. There's a welcome reprieve. Most of those I speak to are not of more complex matters.
Of course. I will take my leave then.
Motions for the doors. They open. And the two that escort you back. Vacated. Royal Silverguard are going to escort you outside of the keep's grounds, outside of the gate, into the courtyard filled with the emissaries and parties that would meet with the Lord at court. To help summarize, it seems that the Lord does not wholly trust you. And I don't know if any persuasion or anything you could do would help you trust them, given your affiliation with the staff of Ashtar, something that they are deem as a great threat, especially with whatever was happening to them in the temple. Now, they are going to trust you in that you can try to pull this thread before they enact against Christoph, which could be the destruction of Christoph himself, or maybe the death of the Lord, depending on how powerful Christoph is, if there was a fight to come. But remember, the Lord has many resources at their disposal, and they probably won't come at Christoph alone. It's up to you. Figure out if you're going to take this and pull the thread, and what comes of it, what information you're going to, speak to, and build the trust with the Lord, which is kind of what you intended to do, in a way. Build trust with the Talthars, and work into some regard. So you're paving the path, but there definitely was a setback, and I would say that setback wasn't actually your fault. Setback was more or less Christoph's and the others that exist in here. Fault. Simply just got caught in it. As you make way, the courtyard, you look around from left to right, seeing if there's any eyes that would otherwise be on you. You don't see anybody. You continue on your way into the rest of the noble district, and then onwards to some other destination of your choice.
Yeah, I'll probably just head back to the tavern.
The tavern.
Time being.
Okay. So you're able to accomplish a number of things in this time. So we're going to kind of round it out to about 5 hours. So we'll come about noon. At this point, Katie, you've been at the tavern for a little bit, an hour or so, just kind of hanging out, drinking, eating, maybe doing some light reading. In terms of items, I don't think I got any DM from you, Jax.
No, I was still looking.
Still looking. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
trying to decide which ones here. I just don't want to take time
No,
away from
that's
everybody else
fine.
doing
I
it.
just want to make sure. So you're able to get the crafts done. Lance. So any crafts that you want to do within that 5-hour window, you're able to get done. So it's 5 crafts total. Rest you're able to
Okay.
sell, purchase. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did 3 because I was just being conservative with how much time we had, but I'll see if I can do a couple more.
Yeah, a couple more.
Would I be able to find adamantine in this city?
Adamantine. Good question. Looks like the tent right in front of you.
Oh yeah.
And would I have enough time to learn these rituals?
Depends on which one you're trying to learn.
So he would have tried or the detect magic first.
So detect magic is going to be a first level spell, and such. It's going to take you 2 hours, I believe, to learn.
Okay. So he's probably just gonna learn that one, and then probably just.
So you have 3 hours left.
I don't know. Is that enough to learn Tiny Hut? It's a level 3.
Tiny Hut will take 6 hours.
Oh, so it doubles the amount of. Okay,
2 hours per spell level.
gotcha. And then I'll learn. Are these 2 level? I can't see. Gentle Repose or Feign Death? Are those level 1s?
I believe Gentle Repose is 2nd level, and then the other one is Feign Death, and that'll be 3rd level.
Okay, in that case, I'm just gonna spend other time to go sell things too. Then
Okay.
easy day.
Today. Anything else in particular for anybody?
I think I'm just gonna buy some stuff. I don't know if you want to do that now or do that in the downtime chat.
You can do it now. I'll transition us all over to the Artisan Row thing because I'll be trying to use that for the buying and stuff. It's pretty cool. So activate this for
As you're
everybody.
doing that,
bring them in.
curious question: are we able to convert gold pieces into platinum?
Yeah,
Is that just a straight up?
just a chain. Yeah,
what's
it's
it not-
conversion.
And what's the what is it? 10-1?
10-1. Yep.
Okay. I sent you the list. A finalized list there. I think, depending on the price.
So that means I can do this.
So this one we should be able to click on and purchase out of there, right?
Yeah. So I created this. I guess it's just like an alpha phase type thing to try to see how well it works. But this allows you to interact with the actual vendors. And so if you actually double click the canopy, so the coverings, they'll actually open up the trade windows. And of course, the Rudikar one is over here, but that is going to be, again, the limited trader window of what they sell to the public. And so each of these are going to represent a particular trader, and there's quite a bit here. So I think there's over 15 shops that are here.
Mhm.
And some of them are going to copy, like they're going to carry over, and they're going to be open at this hour. Some of which are going to close, so you can actually move around the map, double click the canopy tents, and actually interact with vendors to procure some goods. The items that you currently have, so we have satchels, frag, satchels, sparkle, fizz, smokies. Okay, I'm going to do that manually for you. So let me go and calculate costs. So you don't have to buy those.
Okay.
Give me 1 second here.
I'm gonna go ahead and buy a large ship while I'm here. You guys are cool with that, right?
Go for it.
Yeah, right.
A boat.
Yeah, you could buy. So they get there. Yeah, so there's a boat. There's a ship, right? Right. You could buy a boat, which it's going to be more of like a general purpose artisan row, right? So like, here in Othema, they technically wouldn't have a ship, right? So
Yeah.
that's why it's kind of an alpha. So when I create them for the specific cities, like this vendor will not be accessible. Like you won't be able to double click them. They just won't be accessible. So.
Fine.
Ooh, rune powder frags. Okay,
How much was it first?
10,000 a frag for rune powder.
Oh, nope. Never mind. Just cross that one all the way off.
Okay. That's an expensive one unless you're going to craft it yourself.
Yeah, I was taking a chance that it wasn't so expensive.
Yeah. The smoke powder frag are the cheapest ones. They're just 100 gold
Okay.
pop. But you're getting smoke powder satchels, which are going to be uncommon. So those will be 2k for those. And then you want to get a rune powder satchel?
Nope. Just cross all the room powder shit off.
Okay.
Because I already know what you're gonna say.
Those are expensive for a reason, man. 5d6,
Yeah,
96 damage? Yeah, that's crazy.
I know. I saw
Take
all I
this,
saw was
bitch.
all I
That's a
saw
lot
was
of damage.
96, man.
And
All I saw was 96.
And the radius of the satchel is 10 feet. So think about how many enemies. 10 feet. That's crazy.
Look, Dewsum's got all up in my feels about the damage they do. Okay, so I was just looking at 96.
Well, you should know better than to listen to me.
I should, but I don't. That's the problem.
So for 2 smoke powder satchels, 3 sparkle and fizz, and 2 smoke haze will be 5,200 gold pieces.
Yeah, that's fine. So that would be two. You said 5,200.
5,200. Yep.
2007. There we go. All right.
All
All
right.
that's paid for.
Am I missing an enchanting place?
Is the alchemist? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I just found it.
You already have 3 smoke powder satchels in here.
I know. I have fast hands. You can never have too many of those. I went through 3 of those in that last fight that we were in. And I don't have any more kegs to give to Lance, so that was my other thought process.
All right, they're
I
in
gotta
your
have-
inventory now, Jax.
Thank you, sir.
Donlin's getting nourishment.
Hell yeah.
What are you
Donlin
gonna
just
do?
got super tanky.
Amulet, gauntlet, or belt?
Gauntlet. Because I don't have any gauntlets.
Simple as
Are
that.
gauntlets
Change the
of
name.
nourishment just like oven mitts?
Fuck. Yeah, they are.
Just
Yeah.
picture them as green, like flowery gloves to match my nice green adamantine armor that I now have.
Yeah, hold on. I've just been hitting accept because I accept all these when you're doing them. Wait, yeah, you did. You bought adamantium armor durable too. Spent 10,000 gold.
Yeah, I sold the +2 from the paladin.
I love it.
Fuck that guy.
It's great.
Speaking of that, how much was Baxter's holding? Bag of
didn't.
holding have any gold in it?
I did not assign any stuff of Baxter. I had really assumed that you were going to give the stuff back to Baxter. But yes, Baxter's bag of holding has gold in it. Do you want to know how much it is in there?
Yeah.
Man, we're really gonna rob that guy. He was a cool dude.
Barely a Robin Baxter. All right, Rob Baxter.
He just is
one second.
curious.
Baxter has 32,570 gold pieces currently in the bag.
That's a lot of gold pieces.
It's in realms of other currencies too, like gem jewels and stuff, but that's the value of it all.
And determine how
Oh, jeez.
loyal Pip is.
Yeah, how loyal Pip is right now. Am I going to take it or not?
I mean, to be fair, he is a liar. But he's not Jax.
There's only one thief in this
Wow,
group,
that
baby.
sounded personal.
That did sound very personal, actually. Holy shit.
No. Trust me.
That's fine.
I'm surprised Jax hasn't done even more stuff. Like, I'm thinking about what if I tried to give them my stone to sell it to them, only word it in a way it'll come back to me once I sell it to them, and just make money that way.
Oh, I had to update the adamantine plate too.
Yeah.
God.
Anytime you get the armor, you gotta set it. Yep.
I'm learning.
You get that okay?
Yeah.
Can we haggle?
No.
Can we haggle?
Hey, Pip is very persuasive. You know,
Can we haggle? I used to have haggling. I used to have like stuff, but now that we have such an advanced system, the goods are set the way that they are. Going kind of away from that, but there is potential that you could kind of role play haggling, and that's actually building almost like a shop of your own in a way to have your own shop. Position that, say I'm kind of buying this, and we can get it. You can get a pretty steep discount of goods, and additionally. If it is like a D&D 5e item, that kind of thing, I do, that's something I do allow in terms of like haggling price. But these vendors, this is not what this map is for. This is all just kind of the crafting goods that would otherwise be in the general vicinity of most cities. All right. Well, we're in a lull, so I hear crickets.
Yep.
Everyone's thoughts right now.
I found something I really want, but I can't afford it, so it's okay.
yeah, I can't afford the.
You need some money?
You don't. They have a ring of holding here, 50k.
Yeah, I'm not giving you that much money.
Exactly. So
I think
I'll
the
just hold
group
off.
has that much money. Wait, doesn't the Lord owe us money?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He owes us 50k.
Is that what the Lord owes you?
That's it. I thought he owes us a lot more than that.
No.
Does he?
That sounded more than reasonable.
Oh,
What did he
well, what
offer us
deal-
for taking care of the?
That's what I was just about to ask. I know it's 50k for the dragon.
Yeah.
I
and
So
should-
this
I
man
should-
owes us all sorts of shit.
Yeah, he owes a
I
lot
don't-
of money.
I don't think we determined a price for dealing with the Kristoff shit.
The sun tree.
50
Excuse you.
Yeah, 50,000 GP for the slaying of Etherin, and then reward given if you find the source of corruption.
Oh, which we did,
we did.
ironically.
Yeah, this man owes us all sorts of shit.
It's true. No one's came and
Hey,
And a
questioned.
sure.
staff.
And a staff.
Oh shit!
Yo, claim the staff as your thing. Easy.
Yeah, I
My
don't think that would
reward shall be the staff of Ashtar. Lower your head.
Oh, you know what? I need one more item.
That's decapitation. Oh shit! Oh my gosh! All right.
In case anyone's wondering, we had 6,210 platinum in all.
It's about 62,000 gold pieces.
And Pip
Wait, where'd it go?
has the bag of holding.
I need
It's all right.
that. And
I do love how Deuce
Somebody
is just
else
buying so much stuff right
buy
now.
everything.
oh, look, I just sold all this shit to Donley. He doesn't care about gold. He's like, I don't know, I'm gonna just spend this. Why?
I mean, Donlin, in reality, probably sold about a half an army's worth of gear between
Very
weapons
cool.
and armor.
That'll go on my nice new pike or glaive that I'm about to create. All right, so I need to.
Somebody else should probably go collect the gold. I already saw the Lord once today, and it went fine. But you know,
Okay, Pip will go.
maybe somebody should go with Pip to get the money to make sure that we get the money.
No,
I am probably the last one you want going with Pip to get money.
Lance, will you go make sure we get paid?
I think the problem was we couldn't fit all the gold into the bag of holding.
Don't we have several of those now, though?
Oh yeah, we only have 2 on Pip and 1 on Lance, I think.
Oh yeah, Lance has one, so I guess between the two of us,
Between
Okay,
our
yeah.
3 bags of holding as a party.
well, technically he hasn't decided. he's
Well,
gonna
one of
buy
them's
bags
already
yet.
full of money. Is the wrong?
Well, I suppose I'll go.
So we got some takers to go collect some coin. Okay. Just to round out our shopping adventure here, Donlin, you purchased a mithril weapon and then a psychic attunement. Are you making both? Is that going to be a mithril weapon of psychic attunement? Is that what that is?
Yeah, I was making it now. I'm gonna delete the mithril weapon and just use
Okay.
the psychic attunement since it's already got the mods on it.
That's exactly what it's for, right? You're going to purchase the base mithril weapon just to get the gold off, and then you're just going to configure the psychic attunement because it has all that stuff in it.
Yep.
That's it.
Where'd you find the
Okay.
weapons at?
There's a blacksmith in the corner.
Oh. Is it? Oh, okay, I see.
Double click the tent.
Yeah, it came up on. I went off it because it came up on description instead of items for me. Not a big deal. I just had to pay more attention.
Yeah, there's different little tabs you can change it to. You can actually, I think you can go to details and you can see that Donlin has purchased things. Could you all see that actually? Or is it just me?
Oh, I don't think I saw it.
I think it's just you. It's like
Oh,
you're-
man.
Now to see
I
it.
see description, items, relationships, and notes.
So you don't see the details.
No.
Okay, I'm the only way.
I
Sees
can
it.
only
I
imagine
can
how
literally,
much was
I
purchased.
literally see what Donlin has purchased. That's great. Oh
So
my
the dark
God.
steel pike.
All right. So number of you heading back to Flora Keep. You're going to be calling for the coin. The question here really is that what is the reward that you're going to seek for your service, or are you going to allow the Lord to create that? Are you going to come up with a number that you're going to give the Lord, or is that going to be something you're just going to be like, we want this?
I seem to recall. I seem to recall that there was already a number established that we had actually asked him to hold on to the gold on our behalf because we didn't have the capacity to haul it.
Well, that was for
That's
the
That was the
dragon,
50K for Ethan.
Oh,
But then
yeah,
he
yeah,
also
just for that.
offered to
Okay.
pay us again. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, he's already paying us a boatload of gold. I'm almost open to let's see what he's willing to give us in terms of like material goods or that or station, for example, as we mentioned, like the land options.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't Pep want a manor? Is that the right item? Right
Yeah, we had
place?
mentioned like facilities.
So yeah, I mean, see if he's willing to give us a manor inside the city.
Ooh.
Yeah. So either I'm my vote is you let him come to whatever conclusions he wants, but if he's really open and says you pick, then suggest land or title.
Yeah, well,
So-
whoever he says, then we'll persuade him.
We'll go ahead and unless you want to role play with the Lord, you're actually not going to really meet with the Lord in this. You're actually going to meet with a treasurer, which is kind of put in place as somebody. This would be actually free. This is Freemore's position. So it's somebody that would be serving instead, like a temporary position. They're the master of another sort of office within the keep. They're really just taking over matters in terms of the treasury. And that chamber can be met from the rampart that leads east inside of the keep towards like a garage-like chamber. That's met north as you press, and then up a flight of staircase to the second floor in the top right corner. And that has a direct kind of stone elevator shaft, just similar to like Dwarven cities, that leads down into the dungeon. That leads down into the actual treasury, and most likely access into a cell of sorts that they might hold here. So you speak to this individual. They already have it on the docket, right? The 50,000 gold to reward you all. They know exactly who you all are. They're able to pull that coin from the treasury with some aid of servants to the Guild of Common. That's what it's noted as. And they're able to fetch that coin for you. Now, in terms of the reward of land, they're actually going to send a messenger to the throne room at once to speak really quickly to the Lord to see if they will grant that request. And they are pulling up sort of a plan of the city as they go through sorts of plots of land, as well as vacant homes and things that would be almost like temporary housing for emissaries, reagents that are actually held by the Lord Thalon Falor for that sort of thing. Like any sort of properties that we can kind of get rid of on the fly here, anything that we can give you all, especially since you don't have any royal pedigree. Like, is there anything that we be able to potentially give you? So they are able to come back, and I know there's two people in here that are probably going to laugh about this. As they come back, there's a piece of parchment for the messenger, and they begin to whisper to them. See the master Holfar takes it, looks towards. Well, it looks like we'll be able to offer you the house that Randall Gurn was staying at. It is a nice property at the southeast side of the Nobles District, just north of the cemetery, prize area nearby a garden. Top of a small foothill oversees some of that cemetery. It's got luscious evergreen trees for some privacy. The home itself isn't very large, but it does serve as a manor in terms of nobility. And of course, we won't regard you with the pedigree, but more than welcome to maintain the home. The home is 2 floors. It does have an adjacent garage that has a cellar underneath it, a small study attached to the main building, and a nice kitchen, dining hall.
How many bedrooms?
Yes. It has 2 bedrooms plus a storage room, which I'm sure you could make into a bedroom, and maybe even convert the office to a bedroom. Could potentially be 5.
Well, that would be plenty. Good to be working out of here for a little bit.
True.
Wonderful. Well, then I will go ahead and get this signed right now. Begins to pull out.
Question.
Yes.
Question: does it come with like staff
Nope.
as well?
Why would? Oh well. Let me see.
We can hire some. I'm sure there's.
I mean, he probably had staff. Can we just inherit theirs?
Does look like Randall Gurn had some staff at the house. Not many. Only 2 individuals. If you want to inherit them, you can, or perhaps you can hire your own.
We're not inheriting Top Hat's stuff.
I was gonna say that's kind of a weird question to ask me. Like it's Randall Gurn's staff being like, "What's up? Hey, come on!"
No.
Oh, Sheila's pie is amazing. Thank you so much.
Well, he didn't really, you know, he's not known as a cook. You know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, we could hire staff, but we're not taking Randall fucking Gurn's staff.
Bad enough for taking his house.
So out of character, the manor, right, in terms of the cost of it for like a structure, it does cover staff for the manor. It's more or less, do you role play wise, do you want to have the staff
No.
that Randall Gerd had?
No.
Or do you want to have new staff
No.
that are going to poison you?
Those motherfuckers are zombies at this point anyway.
My 2
I'm
cents is we
dead.
hire some of the dwarves that have come into the city.
The refugees? Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
some-
that makes the most sense. They're neutral.
Yeah.
All this
Neutral.
shit going on.
I like
And
the
they're good craftsmen if we need them to do that, and they can.
Handiwork around the house. Because we need another room. Or 4.
Are we just gonna outfit that shit into just all bedrooms? Oops, all bedrooms.
So the that's another thing I didn't say about the house. The house does have servants' quarters. That actually has a servants' house that's down the road from it. You're gonna have the ground. Okay, so think about the land. House perched on there is like a small foothill, 2 stories, with attached garage, a cellar, and then towards the main road that leads to the actual city street. That's going to have its own house for the servants. So they don't actually stay in though. But
Do you guys think we can get the wolves in here and they can have their garage as kind of like a mini cave?
Ooh.
There were werewolves! I told you werewolves! Bernard, shut up. There's no werewolves to the city. I swear! Anyways. Holvar is again, the temporary master of the Guild of Common here. And the office that's here is pretty large, and it's because it actually has a couple printing presses that are in it. As well as tables for those to kind of sit and wait. There's kind of like a small bar for you to fetch some drinks as you sit and wait, because they, along with the servants, basically the members of the Guild of Common, they are actually going to print out documents, and that takes a little while to operate a printing press. And so they'll let you sit down, get some cookies, get some tea, right, that sort of thing, as they get to work in the back room of this office. And they get to work on printing the actual land deed and basically signing that over. So just multiple documents, so they can sign them both, right? Have multiple copies that are signed and stash one for them and give one to you, that sort of thing. So it's very regal looking. There's a lot of accents of different inks that have a variety of dyes in them to kind of accent the piece. It's very elegant, right? In the way that they're kind of crafting this outwards. Upon that, they actually request a signature. Now, this is where we come down to a particular situation, because they're going to ask you who is the name of the individual of ownership of the property, or the group that is an individual group who is ownership of the property.
So
Too
it's down
easy.
to
It's
Lance
group
or
9.
Jeff.
Nightlight. Telling you, we gotta go with Nightlight.
I'm fine with it.
That was enthusiastic.
I mean, I don't have a high one way or the other.
The darkness thing just sounds super edgy.
So, I mean, you can put all of your names down, right? You can just do all of your names. You could just put your own name down, right?
Just Pip and Lance write their own names on.
Put a group
Everyone
name.
else skip
Everybody
They're
gets
just-
fucked.
They're
That's
just
fine.
weird.
Donlan's gonna claim ownership of it anyway and take all the stuff out of it at some point. So, welcome to having a Kender in your party. I haven't had a chance to grab shit from you guys lately, though.
I am. I don't care if it's all of our names or if somebody has a nightlight. If we want to go with that, it's up to the group. I don't care one way or the other.
Yeah, we just put our names down. It's fine. I don't think
Put
we
the
have
names down?
anything approaching a consensus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
This group
I'm
will
gonna-
never have a name.
I'm gonna keep bugging you, man. I'm gonna keep coming up with these random
Gotta
things. You're
have
gonna be like, shit, you gotta come up with a group name. All right, so you get all the names down into the list. We then have you repeat that on the other copy, right? They're gonna hand you one copy from there. Alfar's gonna stand up, do a slight little bow, and offer the hand up to you. Congratulations, Pride owners.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of the property on Falcon Hill.
Yeah, interesting.
Sounds good.
Well, I suppose it's about time we go check it out. Perhaps.
Oh, pulls
Oh,
down from the
yes.
drawer. He gets to shuffle through, pulls a box, opens the box, shuffles through numerous amounts of parchments wrapped, grabs one. Key to the house. That's important.
Yes, that might be important.
Close the drawer.
Very embarrassing that we found we were breaking into our own house on day one.
Truly. Anyways, well, you all have a wonderful time with your new home. And looks to the massive chest with 50,000 gold pieces in it. Do you need that delivered to the home on Falcon Hill?
Should fit in the.
God.
Are we going to try and shove it in all the bags of holding?
Should fit.
That's a
right?
lot
Should
of coin.
fit. We have like 18 bags of holding now.
How did 3 become 18?
That's
Multiply by
Donlin math.
6.
If
3 is a lot.
it will fit in 3 bags of holding, plus the other stuff we already have in them, then we'll take it now. Otherwise, I say just get it delivered.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it will fit in the bag of holding. You have enough room in them.
Okay,
So,
then
you can
off we go.
okay. So I'll go ahead and change the group sheet. I'm just going to go ahead and put the 50,000 gold into the group sheet. And then there's also something I'm going to put in, and it's called a manor structure, which I'm going to put into the group sheet as well. So the manor allows you to have improvement of standing relations with nobility. It replaces defenses on all structures with knights, which basically allow your structures never to be attacked by anybody or anything really. It does allow you to remove 2 extra levels of exhaustions per long rest. So if you rest, you actually can recover twice as many exhaustions. So definitely look at those variable rules of taking exhaustion intentionally, because that with the manor will help you. So what does improvement standing relations with nobility really mean? This basically says if I'm going to try to get a persuasion check with a lord, a king, or someone that holds a standing of nobility, you actually have advantage on that persuasion check. So just it
Which
allows
is-
you to try to move through and allow you to navigate that a little bit better. And of course, that's subjective, right? Because it could be something that's absolutely crazy. Being like, you need to give me a wagon immediately. I'm probably not going to give you advantage of that. That's ridiculous. But it allows you to have an argument. Be like, hey, we are owners of a manor, right? And we do have some stature there. Be like, yeah, right. Yeah, advantage in that, right? Because that allows you to kind of flaunt it around, fan yourself a little bit. Oh, we do own a home in the holy city on Falcon Hill.
They've got his wish.
Seems like we're rubbing in shoulders with more and more powerful people as we
Yeah, I know, right?
snowball
Hey,
our way to society.
Stay under the radar. Hey, we just bought a mansion.
All right, put a note in my notes for that.
I guess we can we check out early of the other place and get our money back?
Didn't
Well, it
pay
wasn't
for
on
it.
the-
Yeah, we were on.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
didn't
I
pay
know.
for that, bro.
I know, but they don't know that.
No,
Yeah,
they
they
know.
do.
I mean, they
Uh,
do. He sent like guard
They
in
sent a
to
guide
set
to
it
do
up.
it with us.
I don't even think they're technically being paid for it yet. They're just invoicing our state.
they're-
Right,
they're
we're a
invoicing.
write off.
You're right.
Pip
off,
has
yeah.
2 bags of holding and found 30,000 gold pieces in one of them, and is still trying to scrimp.
I want
money.
my 50 gold back.
Who's the real thief in this group? Okay.
Yeah, right.
It's
So you
called
do have
holding.
the Zealous Flag and Suite. You do have that until the 24th. But you do have the home on Falcon Hill, which is very interesting because the actually suite name is very similar to that. It's actually intentional. But so as far as your time is concerned, right at the keep, it takes a couple hours. not much more than that. You were escorted in by a Royal Silver Guard. Anybody really coming into the keep at this present moment is going to be escorted by an actual official guard. They're not letting anybody roam the halls at all. You can see some of the Valiant Virtues still by the lists, now separated off in their own sorts of entourages. And then there is an individual that is out there that is around a cohort of other sorts of rogue mages. And it is Empyrean College mages. They wear a white, blue, and silver robe, and one of which has a mantle that has accents of kind of different arcane runes about it. They are pretty much intimidating upon those around them of the Valiant Virtue that they're kind of moving to. And none of these knights seem to be causing problems. There's no commotion happening. There's nothing. But you're able to, you can see that. You have view of that because you're using the rampart that's east of the keep as it rounds back down to the grounds. And the list is actually on the north side, I should say, on the keep. And the lists are actually on that north side of the grounds. So you actually get closer in terms of view. Other than that, nothing to report. Got the coin. Got the property. Everything's feeling great. We really come down to the end of our session here, kind of in the wind down time, because we have some potentially actual taking days of stuff at this point. But before we kind of go through that, I want to ask Kanan, because you are the one really with this subplot at the present moment, pulling a thread. And so is that something that we're going to be doing here immediately? We're going to be waiting? What's the play?
He was gonna follow up probably that night and try and find Kristoff at the pub at the mountainside, just to sort of check in and see if he can squeeze in for some more info or something.
Okay. So, do we want to go through that and then see what happens after that, or do we want to pause here and then say we're going to take a number of days?
That's up to me. That's up to Kanan.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to pause. I mean, I think regardless, nothing's gonna happen immediately. So,
Well, except the silver dragon rampaging around to the north, killing all the dwarves.
Well, we don't know that it's rampaging still. That's part of the reason we need to take 7 days is to get info because nobody's giving a shit.
it did a rampage. Yeah.
I'm just guessing.
Plus, we haven't found anything to go with the stone yet, like we did in High Rock for the white stone.
I mean, it may not be in the city at all, but
So my opinion, it's up to Kanan. So if he says he wants to pause or he's good pausing, I'm fine. If he says he wants to RP it out right now, I'm fine with that too.
No, we can save it
For my take.
for next go round.
Okay. We'll save it for next session, and then we'll open it up to downtime, as I also agree that it will not interrupt that downtime of 7 days that you all kind of wanted. So that's what we're going to kind of transition to. So we're going to be concluding our session for today. I'll go ahead and calculate some experience points for you all. Before I do that, I noticed that you, Lance, you were crafting a number of poisons and other things. Is that correct?
just a couple, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to be going into your character sheet after I do experience and just adjusting the DC, because the DC is actually based on your proficiency bonus when you craft them. So I just want to make sure the DC is correct. Give me a chance to calculate experience points. Second here. Not many rolls today.
But I feel still like we got a lot accomplished.
I got to clean out my inventory so I don't have to look at 4 pages of stuff anymore.
Did you clean it out though? Because you bought 4 pages of stuff.
No, because everything I bought replaced an item that I already had. So, like, the Mithril Glaive of Psychic Attunement replaced the Dark Steel Glaive of Psychic Attunement because I needed something that I can use when I'm tiny.
Out of curiosity, is it for every 1,000 gold piece, it's a platinum?
10.
10. Everything is 10. Everything is in ratio of 10. So
10,000.
So it would be
No, every 10 gold is a platinum.
every 10 gold is
Oh.
1 platinum. Every 10 silver is 1 gold. Every 10 copper, silver.
I need to get platinum because gold is making it so I'm too encumbered. Can't carry 10,000 gold on me apparently.
Gotta hit the gym.
Am I
Hit the
able
gym,
to do
baby.
that? Like, is there a place here I could do that realistically?
You know what reminds me of when you say that? It reminds me of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Oh god, we
When
were just
you're-
talking about that earlier today.
When you're hitting the gym. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. That game brings back so many memories. I saw a little video of that come up the other day and I just couldn't laugh. I couldn't stop laughing. This is so funny.
All right, man. They got GTA 6 trailers coming out next week.
I know. I heard about that. It's super cool.
I'm going to go ahead and move 20,000 gold from my inventory over to the party inventory, though. Because Donla doesn't care about gold.
How much gold did you get from selling stuff?
Don't worry about
Holy shit.
I don't care about gold. Don't ask me how much.
it. I sold the Dwarven plate, which is a very rare item.
Oh, okay.
So that was 25. And then I sold the sword, the dark steel, psychic attunement, the
Jesus.
Oh, let's see.
I sold something else too. Oh,
What is
their
this?
armor.
Well, I have an economy of Keen 2 in my inventory with no gold value to it, and
It's
It
part
goes
of
with
the
your weapon.
great
or-
sword. Yeah,
so I can, if I sold the greatsword, I can just get rid of that then.
yeah.
Yep. It's just to help to keep track of the charges of that weapon because there's no real feasible way.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because it's something you're going to click over and over and over again. How it works is that when you click it, it's going to use charge, so it's not going to think about that at all. And unless you script it to make like a pop-up window, which would be super annoying because you literally just get prompted every time you attack, which you already get prompted for the sneak attack thing, right? So but you'd literally have like, wait, hold on. If you're a paladin, you have the divine smite prompt, so you get 3 prompts: prompt for key,
Oh god.
prompt for sneak attack,
That'd be nice.
prompt for smite. Yeah, you literally couldn't even swing your weapon until you went through 3 windows of prompts. That would be tough. For experience points for session 27, we have 681 experience each, put you at 40,868 experience total.
Should have murdered some of those frost guard. Or we got more XP.
I gave you more experience because you decided to do that.
Oh,
So
never mind.
do I need to reduce it?
No,
Okay.
I just should have done it longer. I should have taken the level of exhaustion to do it.
I need to fight harder, longer. Yeah. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully, check us out next week for Fridays at 5 p.m. PDT and see what happens here with the meeting between Kanan and Kristoff. Kanan sold him out, so see what happens here with pulling the thread. And yeah, check us out when we get back. So, thanks so much. Bye.
Bye, chat.